Night has a way of making the mind honest. During the day, it is easy to stay busy enough to avoid the questions that quietly follow us. We move from task to task, distraction to distraction, carrying our worries forward without ever fully looking at them. But when the world becomes still, something deeper begins to speak. The mind returns to the life it has been living. It remembers the choices delayed, the lessons ignored, the emotions pushed aside, the person we have been pretending to be, and the person we still hope we might become. This is why the hours before sleep can feel strangely heavy. They are often the first quiet moments of the day where the soul has enough space to be heard. Philosophical lessons are powerful because they slow you down long enough to see your life from a greater distance. They remind you that most of what troubles you has troubled human beings for thousands of years. Fear, regret, desire, pride, loneliness, discipline, change, death, meaning, and the quiet pain of realizing that time keeps passing whether you are awake to your life or not. Philosophy gives language to feelings you may have carried for years. It takes the confusion of daily life and places it inside a wider human story, where your struggles become less isolating and more understandable. This is the purpose of these 4 hours, to give your mind something calmer, deeper, and more meaningful to rest upon. Instead of falling asleep while scrolling your TikTok feed, you are invited to drift into the night with ideas that have survived centuries. Ideas about how to live with more courage, how to let go of what is beyond your control, how to stop wasting yourself on things that do not matter, how to shed the false self, how to simplify the inner life, how to endure difficult seasons, and how to begin again even after years of drifting. These lessons are not meant to pressure you into becoming perfect by tomorrow morning. They are meant to settle somewhere deeper, where change begins quietly. There is something comforting about listening to philosophy before sleep, because the sleeping mind does not argue in the same way the waking mind does. It absorbs rhythm, tone, atmosphere, and meaning. A sentence may stay with you. A simple idea may soften something inside you that has been tense for too long. And over time, these ideas can become companions, reminders that you do not need to rush through life half-conscious, and that a different version of your life is always waiting to be chosen with more awareness. Let these philosophical lessons move through the background as your mind slows down and your body begins to rest. And perhaps, somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, you may remember something you already knew but had forgotten beneath the noise of life. That wisdom is often quiet, transformation is often gradual, and the life you are searching for begins with learning how to listen. Time is the one thing every man receives equally, yet it is also the one thing most men waste without thought. From the moment we are born, the clock begins ticking down, and yet we behave as though the supply is infinite. In youth especially, men chase after things they believe will make them whole: money, possessions, the approval of others. They burn their hours in the pursuit of an image, trying to appear successful, respected, or powerful. They tell themselves that once they reach a certain point, once they finally earn enough, then they will rest, then they will enjoy their life. But what often happens is that years pass, decades even, and by the time they look up, the hours they traded for these hollow goals are gone. Seneca put it clearly: it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Life feels short not because we lack years, but because we squander so many of them on what doesn't matter. The Stoics understood time as life's true currency. Unlike money or property, it cannot be stored, multiplied, or regained once it's spent. Seneca compared men who waste time to those who squander fortunes, except that time is infinitely more valuable because it is irreplaceable. When money is lost, it can be earned again. When possessions are taken, they can be replaced. But a wasted hour is gone forever, slipping into the past where no effort or wealth can recover it. This is why the Stoics urged us to guard our time as our most precious treasure. To them, to spend an hour carelessly was worse than being robbed of gold, because at least gold could be replaced. Time once lost is lost for good. Look around in the modern world and you can see how little people value this treasure. Men work endless hours at jobs they hate, telling themselves it is temporary just until the bills are paid, or the mortgage is cleared, or the promotion arrives. They sacrifice their youth, their health, and their relationships to climb ladders that never end. Some will spend decades commuting to offices where they shuffle papers, attend meetings that lead nowhere, or labor toward goals that belong to someone else. They may earn money, but often at the cost of the very life they are working to improve. This is the paradox. Men will sacrifice the best years of their lives to secure comfort in later years, but when those later years finally arrive, they are too tired, too sick, or too disillusioned to enjoy them. Seneca criticized this tendency in men, saying that people are careful when it comes to preserving their wealth, but careless when it comes to preserving their time. A man will argue endlessly over a financial debt, refusing to be cheated out of a single coin, but he will give away years of his life without resistance. He will spend his days pleasing others, attending meaningless obligations, worrying about trivial matters, as though his time were infinite. The Stoics believed this was the greatest form of self-deception, to act as though we will live forever, even though death could come at any moment. This is why they constantly meditated on mortality, not to dwell in fear, but to sharpen their awareness of time's fleeting nature. Think of how many hours men waste on things that bring no value to their lives. Hours lost scrolling endlessly through social media, trying to keep up with strangers' lives. Hours numbed away with television, alcohol, or distractions. Hours spent gossiping, arguing, or seeking the approval of people whose opinions mean nothing in the end. The Stoics would have seen this as madness. To them, every wasted hour was a betrayal of one's own life. They argued that a man should spend his time in ways that strengthen him, that improve his character, that bring him closer to wisdom and virtue. Every moment not spent in such a way was stolen, not by others, but by the man himself. The modern world makes this lesson even harder to follow, because society rewards the sacrifice of time as though it were noble. Men who work 80-hour weeks are praised for their dedication, even though they may be slowly destroying their bodies and minds. Corporations celebrate those who give their entire lives to their jobs, and many men go along with it, believing that devotion to work is the same as devotion to life. Yet when retirement finally comes, they often realize they gave away the very thing they can never buy back: the applause of a company, the recognition of colleagues, the fleeting bonus checks. All of it pales in comparison to the quiet ache of wasted time. The Stoics urged a different approach: to measure wealth not by the amount of money in one's account, but by the quality of one's hours. A poor man who spends his days in peace, reading, learning, and loving those around him, is wealthier in the truest sense than a rich man who spends every hour consumed by stress and ambition. Seneca wrote that life is long enough if you know how to use it. The problem is not the number of years we are given, but how we choose to fill them. Too often, men choose to fill them with what others expect, not what truly matters. If you ask men at the end of their lives what they regret, you will rarely hear them say they wished they had spent more time at the office, or earned more money, or bought more things. What they regret is the time they didn't spend with their families, the adventures they never took, the passions they left unexplored. They regret the wasted days they thought were unimportant, not realizing that those days added up to their entire life. The lesson here is simple but hard to follow. Every day you waste is a day of your life you will never get back. Every hour you give away thoughtlessly is an hour stolen from the only life you have. To live as the Stoics advised is to constantly remind yourself of this truth. When faced with choices, ask yourself, is this worth my time? Does this add value to my life, to my character, to my peace of mind? Or am I spending the most precious resource I own on something that will mean nothing tomorrow? To live in such a way requires courage because it often means saying no to the demands of others, resisting the pressure to conform, and choosing a simpler, slower, but far richer life. It means measuring success not by external achievements, but by the richness of your days. Time is the one currency you can never replenish. Every day, your balance decreases, whether you notice it or not. To waste it is to waste your very existence. The Stoics remind us that life is not short, it is wasted. And the sooner a man learns this, the sooner he can stop chasing illusions and begin living in a way that truly matters. Men spend a large part of their lives trying to control things that are completely outside their power. From a young age, they are taught that if they work hard enough, fight hard enough, or plan carefully enough, they can bend the world to their will. They try to control women, expecting them to act a certain way, to love a certain way, to fulfill their needs. They try to control their bosses, hoping to manipulate circumstances at work in their favor. They try to control the markets, gambling with investments, predicting the unpredictable, believing they can outsmart forces larger than themselves. They try to control outcomes in every area of life as though sheer willpower can command the chaos of existence. But what they discover, often too late, is that no matter how much energy they put into controlling the external world, it always slips out of their grasp. The more they tighten their fists, the more life escapes between their fingers. Epictetus, who was born a slave and later became one of the most respected Stoic teachers, understood this truth more clearly than anyone. He taught that we have power over only one thing, ourselves. Our thoughts, our choices, our actions, and our attitude, that is all that truly belongs to us. Everything else, other people, the economy, the weather, politics, fortune, reputation, falls outside of our control. His words echo through time. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This is not just clever philosophy, it is a law of life. We cannot dictate what life throws at us, but we can decide how to meet it. A man who learns this early saves himself years of wasted anger, frustration, and disappointment. Yet most men resist this lesson because they want the world to conform to their expectations. They spend years in bad relationships trying to change their partner instead of taking responsibility for themselves. They spend years in jobs they hate trying to change their bosses or colleagues instead of learning how to adapt or find a different path. They pour money into investments, convinced they can predict the unpredictable, only to be humbled when markets turn against them. The common thread is always the same, a desperate attempt to bend the external world to their will, when the only thing they were ever meant to master was themselves. This constant struggle against what cannot be controlled leaves men bitter, resentful, and exhausted. The Stoics argued that real power does not come from controlling others, but from controlling oneself. A man who cannot govern his own temper, his own habits, his own desires, what kind of power does he truly have? He might have wealth, but if he cannot control his greed, he is still a slave to money. He might have authority at work, but if he cannot control his anger, he is at the mercy of his own impulses. He might be admired by others, but if he cannot control his need for validation, then his entire sense of worth depends on the opinions of strangers. External mastery means nothing if there is no self-mastery. A man who rules over himself has more freedom than a man who rules over nations. Consider how much energy is wasted when men fight battles they cannot win. A man spends years angry at the government, furious at politics, convinced that if only things were different, he could finally live in peace. Another man spends years obsessed with a failed relationship, replaying conversations in his head, wishing he could force someone to love him again. Another man spends his life trying to force his children to follow the path he desires, only to realize that they will make their own choices regardless of his wishes. These are endless wars, fought against forces beyond human command, and the cost of fighting them is life itself, years of happiness, clarity, and peace sacrificed to things no man can control. The Stoic solution is simple, but not easy. Draw a clear line between what belongs to you and what does not. Your thoughts, your actions, your decisions, those are yours. Everything else belongs to fate, chance, or the choices of others. Once you make this distinction, life becomes lighter. The anger you felt toward things you cannot change begins to fade. The anxiety you carried about the future loses its grip. Instead of wasting energy trying to control outcomes, you invest it in controlling yourself. This is the highest form of freedom, the ability to remain steady no matter what storms rage around you. Think of Epictetus himself. Born into slavery, crippled in his youth, stripped of any worldly power, he could have easily lived a life of bitterness and despair. Yet he became one of the freest men in history because he understood that his body could be chained, but his mind could not. He had no control over his master, no control over his circumstances, but complete control over how he responded to them. And because he ruled himself, he became untouchable. This is the model the Stoics left us, not the fantasy of controlling everything outside us, but the reality of mastering everything within. In today's world, this lesson is more urgent than ever. Men are bombarded with forces beyond their control every single day. Social media, the economy, global politics, shifting cultural trends. Many become angry, fearful, or hopeless because they mistake these forces for things they should control. They argue endlessly online. They obsess over news cycles. They panic over market crashes. All the while, their own inner life is neglected. They do not work on their patience, their discipline, their clarity of thought. They give all their energy to things outside themselves, leaving nothing for the one realm they actually command. The truth is that self-mastery is the ultimate strength in a chaotic world. A man who has mastered himself can lose his job and still remain calm. He can be insulted and not lose his dignity. He can face setbacks without collapsing into despair. He does not need the world to bend to his will because he has learned to bend his will to meet the world. This is why the Stoics insisted that happiness does not depend on external conditions, but on the state of one's own soul. To control yourself is to be free everywhere. To fail at this is to be enslaved everywhere, no matter how much external power you appear to have. So the question every man must ask himself is this: where am I spending my energy? Am I exhausting myself trying to control things that were never mine to control? Or am I investing that energy into mastering myself? Am I wasting years chasing outcomes that belong to chance? Or am I building inner strength that no one can take away? The first path leads to bitterness and regret. The second leads to freedom, resilience, and peace. Self-mastery is not easy. It requires discipline, patience, and daily practice. It means learning to pause before anger takes over. It means training your desires so that you are not controlled by them. It means accepting reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. But the reward is immense, a life no longer dictated by circumstances, but by your own character. The world will always be chaotic, unpredictable, and unfair. That will never change. But your response to it, that is the one part of the equation that belongs entirely to you. And once you understand that, you realize that you were never powerless at all. Anger has always been one of the most dangerous illusions men fall for. From a young age, many are taught that anger is a form of power, that raising your voice, slamming your fist, or intimidating others shows strength. In movies, the angry man is often portrayed as the one who takes charge, the one who demands respect. In reality, nothing could be further from the truth. Anger does not make a man powerful. It makes him weak, because the moment anger takes over, he loses control of himself. The man who explodes in rage may look fierce on the outside, but inside he is no longer the master of his mind. He has surrendered his reason, his judgment, and his dignity to a temporary fire that will almost always burn him in return. The Stoic philosopher Seneca saw this danger so clearly that he wrote an entire book titled On Anger. He described anger as a form of temporary madness that blinds the mind and leads men into decisions they later regret. His warning remains just as relevant today as it was in ancient Rome. Anger, if not restrained, is more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. Think about that for a moment. The insult, the slight, the betrayal. Those things might sting for a short time, but when we let anger consume us, the damage it does is far greater than whatever harm was done to us in the first place. The real wound does not come from the world, but from the destruction we unleash on ourselves when we let fury rule us. This is evident in the way anger destroys relationships. Countless families have been broken not because of great disasters, but because of angry words spoken in moments of weakness. A husband raises his voice at his wife, not realizing that words spoken in rage can leave scars that last a lifetime. A father lashes out at his child, not understanding that his anger teaches fear instead of respect, distance instead of closeness. Friendships end because someone could not hold back their temper during an argument. Business partnerships collapse because one man allowed pride and fury to poison what reason could have resolved. Anger doesn't build bonds, it shatters them, and once broken, relationships often cannot be repaired, no matter how much regret comes later. But the damage of anger does not stop with others, it also corrodes the man himself. When anger becomes a habit, it takes a toll on the body and the mind. Science today confirms what the Stoics already knew. Anger raises blood pressure, weakens the immune system, and shortens life expectancy. Men who live in anger often live in stress, and stress quietly kills. Beyond the physical cost, anger also clouds judgment. A man in a fit of rage cannot think clearly. His decisions are rushed, reckless, and often self-destructive. How many men have thrown away careers because they lashed out at the wrong moment? How many have ended up in jail because they allowed anger to push them into violence? How many lives have been ruined because someone believed that the only way to defend their pride was through rage? The Stoics believed that true strength was found not in letting anger explode, but in mastering it. To them, the man who remained calm in the face of insult or injury was the stronger man, because he had not surrendered control of himself. Seneca compared anger to a wildfire. Once it begins, it quickly grows beyond the control of the one who sparked it, consuming everything in its path. The wise man, he said, does not let the spark catch in the first place. Instead of feeding the fire with reaction, he snuffs it out with reason. This is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength. Anyone can yell, curse, or strike. That takes no discipline. But to remain composed when provoked, to respond with clarity instead of chaos, that requires mastery of oneself, and mastery of oneself is the essence of Stoic philosophy. In the modern world, examples of anger's destruction are everywhere. Consider the man who lets road rage get the better of him. A careless driver cuts him off, and instead of letting it go, he speeds up, yells, maybe even confronts the other driver. In seconds, a meaningless traffic mistake escalates into a fight, or worse, an accident that ruins lives. Or think about how many marriages end because anger slowly eats away at love. A husband who cannot control his temper creates an environment of fear and resentment. Over time, his anger pushes his partner away until the relationship crumbles completely. Even in professional life, anger poisons opportunities. A single outburst at work can undo years of effort, leaving a man labeled as unstable or difficult, shutting doors that might never open again. Some men argue that anger motivates them, that it pushes them to fight harder, to defend themselves, to achieve more. But what they fail to realize is that anger is a poor master. While it may provide short bursts of energy, it comes at the cost of clarity, patience, and long-term judgment. A man driven by anger might win a battle, but he will often lose the war. His decisions will be short-sighted, his relationship strained, his reputation damaged. The Stoics taught that discipline and reason are far better motivators than rage. True motivation does not come from fury, but from purpose. Anger burns quickly and leaves ashes, purpose burns steadily and lights the way forward. The problem with anger is that it disguises itself as strength in the moment. When a man shouts, others may fall silent out of fear, and he mistakes that for respect. When he strikes, others may retreat, and he mistakes that for victory. But deep down, people know the truth. A man who cannot control his temper is not powerful. He is dangerous to himself and to those around him. Respect built on fear is shallow and temporary. Real respect comes from composure, fairness, and restraint. The Stoics knew that the man who rules himself commands far more respect than the man who rules others through intimidation. Learning to master anger does not mean becoming passive or allowing injustice to go unchallenged. It means responding with reason instead of blind emotion. The Stoics did not believe in weakness. They believed in strength that is steady, not explosive. When injustice occurs, the wise man takes action, but his action is measured, calculated, and effective, not reckless. He does not let anger dictate his moves, because anger is a poor guide. As Seneca wrote, anger often harms the one who carries it more than the one it is directed at. By letting go of anger, a man does not give up his strength, he reclaims it. Think of how different the world would be if more men learned this lesson earlier in life. Fewer children would grow up in broken homes. Fewer friendships would dissolve over petty arguments. Fewer men would find themselves in prison or hospitals because of choices made in moments of rage. Instead, there would be more calm conversations, more patience, more solutions found through reason instead of violence. The tragedy is that many men only realize the cost of anger when it is too late, after the divorce papers are signed, after the fight is over, after the damage is done. By then, all that remains is regret. The Stoics urge us not to wait until anger has destroyed our lives to learn this lesson. They tell us to practice restraint daily, to prepare ourselves so that when provoked, we are not caught off guard. This might mean pausing before reacting, breathing deeply before speaking, or choosing silence over argument. It might mean walking away instead of engaging in a fight that serves no purpose. These small acts of discipline are not signs of cowardice. They are signs of mastery. Each time a man resists anger, he strengthens his character. Each time he chooses calm over rage, he becomes harder to shake, harder to provoke, harder to control. In the end, anger is not power. It is weakness disguised as strength. The man who masters his anger is stronger than the man who unleashes it. Seneca's warning still stands. Anger hurts us more than the things that provoke it. And unless a man learns this lesson early, he risks losing the very things that matter most: his health, his relationships, and his peace of mind. True power is not in the fist raised in fury, but in the hand that remains steady. It is not in the voice that shouts, but in the one that speaks with calm authority. The Stoics remind us that the man who rules himself is the only man who is truly free. Many men spend their entire lives chasing pleasure, believing it will bring them happiness. From their teenage years into adulthood, they are told by culture, by advertisements, by peers, that the more pleasure they experience, the more fulfilled they will be. So they chase after sex, believing that more partners or more excitement will fill the void inside. They drown themselves in alcohol and drugs, mistaking numbness for joy. They chase luxury, cars, clothes, watches, vacations, thinking that if they collect enough shiny things, the emptiness will finally vanish. They scroll endlessly on their phones, seeking the next laugh, the next thrill, the next hit of dopamine. But the truth, as the Stoics knew, is that no amount of pleasure will ever satisfy a hungry soul. Pleasure can distract you, it can numb you, but it cannot heal you. When the rush fades, the emptiness is still there, waiting. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." In other words, joy does not come from outside of you, it comes from the way your mind is shaped. You can flood your life with pleasures, but if your mind is restless, bitter, or ungrateful, you will never be at peace. A man can sit in a mansion and feel miserable, while another can sit in a small room and feel content. The difference is not the size of their house, the number of their possessions, or the pleasures at their disposal. The difference is the condition of their inner life. Pleasure cannot change your inner life. It can only mask it for a moment. Once the mask slips, the truth returns, often heavier than before. The problem with pleasure is that it has no lasting power. It gives a burst of satisfaction, but that satisfaction fades quickly, leaving you craving more. This is why addictions form, because the first high is never enough. The man who drinks to forget his problems finds that the problems remain when the bottle is empty. The man who scrolls for hours on his phone discovers that once he sets it down, the restlessness inside him is still alive. The man who runs from woman to woman feels the same loneliness no matter how many beds he wakes up in. Pleasure can only distract, it cannot transform. And when a man builds his life on nothing but distraction, he never truly lives. The Stoics warned against hedonism because they understood how easily it enslaves men. Pleasure is seductive because it feels good in the moment, but it creates a cycle of dependence. The more you indulge, the more you need to indulge to feel the same relief. Like a man drinking salt water, you keep trying to quench your thirst, but the more you consume, the thirstier you become. Stoic wisdom cuts through this illusion by reminding us that true happiness does not come from satisfying every desire, but from training our desires, disciplining them, and learning to live in harmony with what really matters. The man who needs less, not more, is the one who is free. Modern life has made the trap of pleasure even more dangerous. In the past, pleasures were limited. Food was scarce, luxuries rare, entertainment minimal. Today, pleasures are everywhere, cheap, instant, and limitless. With a few taps, you can order food to your door, watch hours of entertainment, or meet strangers online for a quick fling. Technology has given us constant access to stimulation, but instead of making us happier, it has left us emptier. Men lose themselves in endless video games, pornography, junk food, and shallow entertainment. They live in a cycle of chasing small bursts of joy, while years slip away without meaning. This is why so many men today feel restless and unfulfilled, even when surrounded by more comforts than kings of the past could imagine. The comforts distract them, but they do not satisfy them. Pleasure by itself is not evil. The Stoics did not argue that men should never enjoy life, never savor food, never love women, or never appreciate beauty. They argued that pleasure becomes dangerous when it is mistaken for purpose. To enjoy pleasure when it comes is natural. To make pleasure the center of your life is ruinous. The difference is that one approach accepts pleasure as a passing gift, while the other clings to it as though it were salvation. The first approach leaves a man free. He can enjoy pleasure when it appears and let it go when it passes. The second approach enslaves him. He becomes dependent, restless, and always in search of the next fix. The Stoics taught that happiness is not built on pleasure, but on discipline, virtue, and meaningful action. Discipline means ruling over your desires instead of being ruled by them. It means knowing when to say no, when to walk away, when to resist the easy choice in favor of the better one. Virtue means living in alignment with what is good: honesty, courage, justice, and self-control. Meaningful action means directing your time and energy toward things that truly matter, like building your character, serving others, creating, learning, and growing. These are the things that create a deep, lasting sense of fulfillment. Unlike pleasure, they do not fade when the night ends or when the screen turns off. They stay with you, building a life that is rich not in distractions, but in purpose. Look at men who seem genuinely fulfilled, and you will notice a common pattern. Their lives are built on meaning, not on pleasure. The artist who spends hours at his craft may not always feel pleasure while working, but the meaning sustains him. The father who sacrifices sleep for his children may not feel pleasure in the moment, but the love he cultivates lasts a lifetime. The athlete who trains in the cold and the pain may not feel pleasure, but the discipline shapes his body and mind. In every case, meaning proves stronger than pleasure, because meaning satisfies the soul in a way pleasure never can. The takeaway is clear. If you are using pleasure to numb yourself, you are not living, you are hiding. Numbing might make today easier, but it makes life emptier. The Stoics would urge us to stop numbing and start living. That means sitting with discomfort instead of escaping it. It means asking deeper questions about what you are really seeking rather than reaching for the nearest distraction. It means trading the shallow comfort of constant stimulation for the deeper satisfaction of living with purpose. Every man must face this truth eventually. No amount of sex, alcohol, money, or luxury can erase the emptiness within. If your inner life is weak, no external pleasure will fill it. If your inner life is strong, even small pleasures can bring joy because they are not relied upon for meaning. Marcus Aurelius was right. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts, not on the quantity of your pleasures. To live a good life is to master your desires, to choose meaning over distraction, and to remember that pleasure fades, but character endures. Most men spend their lives living as though they will never die. They wake up each day thinking there will always be another tomorrow, another chance, another year to do the things they keep postponing. They put off pursuing their dreams until they feel ready. They put off telling loved ones how much they matter until the right moment. They put off living fully until some distant future that may never come. Death, for most, is something they avoid thinking about, a subject to be ignored until it suddenly crashes into their lives through illness, accident, or old age. And when it finally comes close, many men realize the hard truth. They wasted precious years because they acted as if time was infinite. The Stoics refused to look away from death. Instead, they saw it as the most important teacher of all. They had a practice called memento mori, which means remember that you must die. This wasn't meant to be morbid or depressing, but clarifying. By reflecting on the reality of death, they sharpened their perspective on life. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king, carried this truth with him always. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." These are not words of despair. They are words of urgency. They remind us that life is fragile, and because of that fragility, every moment counts. The problem is not that men die, but that most men never truly live while they are alive. When you avoid thinking about death, you drift through life in a haze, assuming that time is something you can afford to waste. You tell yourself you'll make changes later, that you'll slow down once things settle. that you'll chase meaning after you've secured comfort. But when death is kept in mind, later loses its grip on you. You begin to understand that postponing life is the greatest tragedy of all. Memento mori is not about fearing the end. It's about realizing that the end is what gives urgency to the present. Without death, life would be meaningless. It is precisely because the clock is ticking that each day carries weight. For many men, the confrontation with mortality comes too late. It comes with a doctor's diagnosis that strips away illusions of invincibility. It comes in the moment when they bury a parent, a sibling, or a friend, and they are forced to see how fragile everything really is. It comes at the end of a long career, when they realize they traded decades of their life for promotions and status, and now the time to enjoy what matters is almost gone. These moments of clarity often hit with unbearable force because they reveal not just the reality of death, but the waste of life. The Stoics would say this is the mistake of the unprepared. The man who avoids death in thought cannot avoid it in reality, and when reality comes, it comes with regret. Facing mortality early, however, transforms the way you live. When you carry the awareness of death with you, you stop living on autopilot. You stop wasting years on grudges, on petty arguments, on meaningless pursuits. You realize that the moments you have with loved ones are finite, and that realization makes them infinitely more valuable. A simple dinner with family becomes precious. A walk in nature becomes sacred. A conversation with a friend becomes unforgettable, because you know none of it is guaranteed tomorrow. Death becomes a lens through which life appears brighter, sharper, more vivid. Instead of dulling existence, the awareness of mortality makes it glow. The Stoics understood that most fear of death is misplaced. Men fear death because they think it is the loss of everything. But the truth is that we already experience small deaths every day. Yesterday is dead, last year is gone, your childhood has vanished, and yet you continue. Death is simply the final form of something you've been practicing all along, the passing of time. The real tragedy is not death itself, but the failure to use life well before death arrives. That is why Marcus Aurelius insisted that remembering death should guide how you live. It is not the end that should frighten you, but the thought of never having lived with intention. Modern life makes it easy to forget death. We hide it away in hospitals, in funeral homes, in closed doors. We distract ourselves with endless entertainment, productivity, and consumerism, so we never have to think about the inevitable. But avoiding death in thought doesn't make it any less real. It only makes us less prepared. The Stoics would say this avoidance is cowardice because it blinds us to the truth that could set us free. To face death is to free yourself from illusion. It is to see life clearly, without the fog of false promises about endless time. It is to embrace the urgency of now. When you live with death in mind, your values shift. Status matters less because you realize no one remembers titles in the grave. Money matters less because you cannot take it with you. Approval matters less because the opinions of others will die with them. What rises in importance is what actually lasts. Character, love, virtue, wisdom. The question is no longer, how much can I accumulate, but how deeply can I live? How much good can I bring? How fully can I become the person I was meant to be? This is the compass that mortality provides. Men who fear death often try to escape it by seeking immortality through legacy. They want their names remembered, their achievements honored, their reputation preserved. But Marcus Aurelius saw through this illusion too. He wrote that even the most famous men will one day be forgotten, just as those who remembered them will also vanish. The truth is that time swallows everything, kings and beggars alike. The Stoics argued that instead of chasing legacy, we should chase virtue because virtue is lived now, not in the memory of others. Your life's value lies not in how long it is remembered, but in how authentically it was lived while you were here. Death also has the power to free men from fear. Once you accept that death is inevitable, you become braver in life. Many men live timidly, afraid of taking risks, of speaking truth, of living authentically, because they are clinging to life as though they could preserve it forever. But when you realize that death is certain, the fear of loss fades. You understand that whether you play it safe or live boldly, the same end awaits. So why not live boldly? Why not take risks, speak your truth, and follow your path? Memento mori doesn't paralyze you, it liberates you. The takeaway is clear: death is not your enemy, it is your compass. It points you toward what matters and away from what doesn't. It reminds you that life is not endless, so you must not waste it. It teaches you urgency, clarity, and gratitude. Urgency, because the time is short. Clarity, because the trivial loses its grip. Gratitude, because every moment is a gift you will not get back. The man who learns this lesson early does not waste his years in illusion. He lives with depth, with presence, with courage. He does not wait for tomorrow because he knows tomorrow may never come. Memento mori is not a call to despair, it is a call to awaken. To live with death in mind is to finally live as you were meant to, awake, present, and free. The Stoics knew this truth thousands of years ago, and it remains just as vital today. You could leave life right now. Let that thought shape how you speak, how you act, how you love. Because in the end, the measure of a man's life is not how long he lived, but how deeply he lived while he had the chance. One of the greatest prisons men willingly lock themselves into is the prison of reputation. From an early age, they are conditioned to believe that what others think of them is the ultimate measure of worth. Boys grow into men chasing approval from teachers, friends, women, colleagues, and society at large, shaping their choices not according to what is true to themselves, but according to what will bring them admiration. They dress to impress, speak to fit in, act to be liked, and sacrifice authenticity for applause. On the surface, this pursuit of reputation feels natural. After all, humans are social creatures. But when reputation becomes the foundation of a man's identity, he lives as a slave. He becomes trapped in the endless cycle of seeking approval and avoiding disapproval, never realizing that the opinions of others are as fragile and fleeting as smoke in the wind. Marcus Aurelius, who was emperor of Rome and perhaps one of the most admired men of his time, understood better than anyone how empty reputation truly is. He wrote, "People who are remembered die just as surely as those who are forgotten." Think about that. Even those whose names are etched into history, generals, kings, philosophers, are still dead, their voices silenced, their experiences gone, and most men will not even be remembered by history. Their reputation will last only as long as the memories of those around them, which means a few decades at best. The applause of society is temporary, fading quickly, and yet men waste entire lifetimes chasing it, believing that if only they can be admired, they will finally feel complete. The Stoics stripped this illusion bare. They taught that the opinion of others cannot touch your soul. Your character, your actions, your integrity, these are yours alone. What others think about them is outside your control. To live for reputation is to hand over your life to strangers. It is to give them power over your peace, your confidence, your direction. This is why Marcus warned himself not to worry about fame or approval. He understood that to hinge your life on what others think is to waste your one short existence on something that will never last. What matters is not whether people applaud you, but whether you live in harmony with your own principles. The tragedy is that many men only discover this truth after years of playing the game of reputation. They work tirelessly to be admired in their careers, sacrificing family and health for titles that will one day mean nothing. They compromise their values to fit in, only to realize later that the people they tried to impress were never worth the sacrifice. They live for the approval of parents, partners, or friends, only to discover that approval is conditional and disappears the moment they fail to meet expectations. Reputation is fragile, built slowly, destroyed instantly, and never truly under your control. Yet men treat it as if it were solid, wasting decades trying to protect something that was never theirs to protect. Consider how many decisions are made not because they are right, but because they will look good to others. A man chooses a career not because it brings him meaning, but because it earns admiration. He buys a car not because he loves it, but because it will impress his neighbors. He hides his true opinions because he fears judgment. He wears masks, layers of them, until he no longer knows who he really is. This is the cost of reputation. It demands you betray yourself for the sake of appearances. And when the applause fades, as it always does, what remains is emptiness and the haunting question, who was I really living for? The Stoics offered a different standard for living, integrity. Integrity means living in alignment with your values, regardless of who notices or applauds. It means speaking the truth even if it costs you approval. It means choosing the harder path because it is right, not the easier path because it is popular. It means measuring your life by the strength of your character, not by the noise of the crowd. Integrity cannot be taken away by gossip or slander. It cannot be destroyed by rumors or forgotten in history. Integrity is yours always, and it is the only reputation that truly matters. Modern life makes the prison of reputation even more suffocating. Social media has turned approval into a visible currency: likes, shares, followers, views. Men now measure their worth not in who they are, but in how many people notice them. They curate their lives into performances, showing only what will be admired, hiding anything that might bring disapproval. But the applause of strangers on a screen is even emptier than the admiration of peers. It does not know you, it does not love you, and it does not last. And yet millions of men are enslaved to it, refreshing their screens, desperate for validation. The Stoics would see this as madness, to hand over your peace of mind to a faceless crowd that will never remember you. The irony of reputation is that the more you chase it, the less you find it. People respect those who stand firm in who they are, not those who bend to every wind of opinion. The man who is not desperate for approval often earns more respect than the man who is always begging for it. The Stoics knew this paradox well. They taught that if you want to be admired, stop trying to be admired. Live with virtue, and admiration will follow naturally, though it will no longer matter to you. The goal is not to win the applause of others, but to live in such a way that even if no one sees you, you would still be proud of yourself. There is also great freedom in letting go of reputation. Once you stop caring about how you are perceived, you become untouchable. Insults lose their power because they cannot alter your character. Praise loses its grip because you do not depend on it for confidence. Gossip becomes meaningless because it does not change who you are. The man who no longer chases reputation is the man who finally lives freely, acting from principle instead of pressure, choosing his path instead of following the crowd. He becomes immune to the chains that bind most men because he has learned that what others think is none of his business. To live for reputation is to live in fear. Fear of being judged, fear of being disliked, fear of being forgotten. To live for integrity is to live in courage. The courage to stand alone, to walk your own path, to accept misunderstanding if it comes. This courage is what makes life meaningful. Reputation will die with you, but integrity will shape the quality of every moment you live. The applause of the crowd fades quickly, but the peace of knowing you stayed true to yourself endures. The takeaway is this: reputation means nothing, but integrity means everything. Stop wasting years chasing approval from people who will one day forget you. Stop building your life around applause that fades as quickly as it comes. Instead, live with integrity. Choose honesty, courage, discipline, and kindness, whether or not anyone notices. Because in the end, the Stoics were right. The opinion of others does not touch your soul. What matters is not whether they clap when you finish, but whether you lived in harmony with what is true and good. And when you can finally live that way, you will know freedom, the kind of freedom no reputation can ever buy. Most men spend their lives believing that freedom is something external, something that can be bought, achieved, or granted by society. They tell themselves that once they have enough money, they will finally be free. They dream that when they reach a certain status, no one will be able to control them. They imagine that if they can escape their responsibilities, their job, or their obligations, they will at last live the life they want. But what they fail to realize is that external freedom without inner freedom is not freedom at all. It is simply another form of slavery, dressed up in new clothes. A man can own wealth, property, and power, yet still be chained to his fears, his desires, his habits, and his insecurities. True freedom, the Stoics taught, has nothing to do with the world outside of you. It is something that can only be found within. Epictetus understood this truth in a way that few others could. Born a slave, he had no wealth, no rights, and no independence. By every external measure, he was unfree. Yet he declared, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Those words turned the common idea of freedom upside down. If freedom depended on external circumstances, Epictetus would have been the most unfree of men. But because he ruled over himself, his mind, his reactions, his choices, he lived with a freedom that even his masters could not touch. His chains bound his body, but they could not bind his spirit. And when he was eventually released from slavery, his wisdom remained unchanged because his freedom had never depended on anyone else in the first place. The mistake many men make is to believe that freedom is something society grants. They measure it by the absence of restrictions, the ability to travel where they want, buy what they want, or live how they want. But history shows that external freedom without inner freedom always leads to new forms of bondage. Think of the man who becomes wealthy, convinced that money will make him free. Yet he spends his life chained to his business, unable to rest, terrified of losing what he has gained. Or the man who reaches a position of power, believing that authority will give him freedom, only to discover he is now trapped by politics, enemies, and endless obligations. Or the man who leaves his job to live free, only to find himself enslaved by laziness, addictions, or the endless pursuit of pleasure. External freedom cannot save a man who is a prisoner to himself. The Stoics argued that the only true freedom lies in mastering your inner world. If you can control your desires, no one can tempt you with bribes. If you can control your fears, no one can threaten you with loss. If you can control your habits, no one can enslave you with addictions. And if you can control your thoughts, no one can disturb your peace. A man who has mastered himself can walk calmly through chaos, because nothing external can shake what is secure within. He may not own great wealth, but he owns himself, and that ownership is the highest form of liberty. Look at the world today, and you will see countless men chasing freedom through external means. Some grind away for decades, trying to achieve financial freedom. Yet when they finally earn enough to retire, they discover they do not know how to rest. Their minds are restless, their desires untrained, and their peace non-existent. Others chase freedom through rebellion, rejecting authority, traditions, or expectations, believing that rejecting rules will make them free. But without discipline, rebellion collapses into chaos, and soon they find themselves enslaved by impulses, unable to steer their own lives. Still others chase freedom through pleasure, convincing themselves that indulgence is liberty. But pleasure, when it becomes dependence, is just another prison. Whether it is alcohol, lust, entertainment, or luxury, the man who cannot live without these things is not free. He is shackled to his cravings. The truth is that freedom is not measured by how much you can consume, but by how little you need. The freest man is not the one with the most options, but the one who is content no matter the circumstances. A man who needs little cannot be enslaved because he cannot be bribed, threatened, or broken. The man who requires constant approval will always be bound to the opinions of others. The man who requires endless wealth will always be bound to fear and greed. But the man who has trained himself to live simply, who can be satisfied with little, who has mastered his mind and his desires, that man walks freely in any situation. Think of Socrates, who lived in poverty yet carried himself with dignity that kings envied, or Cato, who resisted tyranny and faced death rather than surrender his principles, proving that freedom was not about survival, but about self-respect. These men show that freedom is a state of the soul, not a condition of society. They were not free because the world gave them liberty. They were free because they refused to be mastered by anything other than reason and virtue. This lesson is especially urgent today because modern life disguises slavery as freedom. We are told that buying more will make us free, that consuming endlessly will set us apart, that having unlimited choices is the same as living without chains. But in reality, every unchecked desire becomes a chain. The man who cannot put down his phone is not free. The man who cannot stop drinking is not free. The man who cannot live without validation is not free. The man who cannot resist every temptation is not free. Freedom, the Stoics remind us, is not about doing whatever you want. It is about having the strength to govern what you want. To live this truth requires discipline, and discipline is often misunderstood. Many think discipline is restriction, but in reality, it is liberation. Discipline is the training that frees you from your lower impulses. When you discipline your mind, you are no longer enslaved by fear or anxiety. When you discipline your body, you are no longer a prisoner to laziness or indulgence. When you discipline your choices, you are no longer tossed around by every distraction or temptation. Discipline is the doorway to inner freedom because it hands you back control of yourself. Without it, you may appear free, but you are always at the mercy of something outside you. The greatest tragedy is that most men never realize this until it is too late. They spend their lives building external freedom while ignoring their inner chains. They accumulate wealth, power, and independence, only to discover they are still restless, anxious, and dissatisfied. They thought freedom meant owning the world, but they never learned how to own themselves. And when life tests them, when fortune changes, when health fails, when losses come, they collapse because their freedom was built on sand. The Stoics knew that only the freedom built within can withstand the storms of life. The takeaway is this: freedom is not out there, it is in here. It is not found in money, status, or rebellion, but in self-mastery. It is the ability to stand unshaken when fortune turns against you. It is the ability to resist temptation, to govern your desires, to walk with peace in any circumstance. As Epictetus said, no man is free who is not master of himself. And the man who learns this lesson early in life becomes untouchable. He cannot be bribed because he needs little. He cannot be broken because he has ruled his own mind. He cannot be enslaved because he has already freed himself. This is the ultimate freedom, not the freedom to do anything, but the freedom to remain true to yourself in all things. Most men spend half their lives chasing money, approval, or distractions, only to wake up decades later and realize they missed the real lessons of living well. There is a quiet tragedy in this. A man spends his youth burning through his energy in pursuit of validation, trying to prove himself to others, and climbing ladders that may not even matter. He tells himself that one day, once he has enough wealth, enough recognition, enough control, he will finally rest. But the years slip by quickly, and when he looks back, he often realizes he was moving fast, but not necessarily moving in the right direction. He sacrificed joy for status, peace for ambition, and truth for appearances. By the time he sees it clearly, it is often too late to undo the cost. Yet, this is not a new problem. Thousands of years ago, in the courts, villages, and mountains of ancient China, philosophers already saw this restless hunger in men. They saw how human beings could lose themselves in pride, greed, and the endless chase for more. Confucius spoke about the importance of self-cultivation and discipline because he saw that without a steady foundation, men wasted their potential. Lao Tzu wrote about flowing like water and living simply because he saw that forcing life only brought suffering. Zhuangzi laughed at the seriousness with which men clung to their roles and titles, reminding them that life was fleeting and freedom mattered more. Sun Tzu taught that real strength comes not from endless fighting, but from knowing which battles are worth fighting at all. Han Fei, in his harsh way, revealed the brutal truth. If you do not discipline yourself, the world will discipline you. These voices from the past may seem distant, but they echo directly into the struggles of men today. The distractions are different: social media, consumer culture, corporate ladders, but the pattern is the same. Men give away their lives to the illusion that they will find fulfillment later, only to discover that they traded their best years for things that never brought lasting peace. The wisdom of the ancients reminds us that a meaningful life is not something you stumble upon in old age, but something you shape day by day through clarity, restraint, and purpose. The lessons that follow are not abstract ideas for scholars, they are survival tools for the soul. Too many men only grasp them when regret has already set in, when the time to act has passed. But you are not bound to repeat that cycle. These lessons are here, waiting to be lived now, before the mirror reminds you that half your life is already gone. The choice is yours. Continue down the same path of restless pursuit, or begin to live with the wisdom that the ancients preserved for you. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. At first glance, this line from Confucius may sound almost too obvious, but hidden inside it is one of the most powerful truths about life and progress. Confucius understood something that many men today still overlook. Greatness is never achieved in a single dramatic act. It is built quietly day by day through the unglamorous discipline of steady effort. A mountain looks impossible to move when you stare at it from a distance. But when you focus only on lifting one stone, the impossible becomes manageable. And when that single act is repeated consistently, the impossible eventually becomes inevitable. Confucius lived in a time of political chaos and social disorder, yet he never placed his faith in chance or raw talent. He believed that what makes a man strong is not a sudden burst of brilliance, but the patient cultivation of character through habits. Talent may give you a head start, but without discipline, talent burns out quickly. A man who only relies on what comes easily to him will eventually be overtaken by the man who shows up every day, working on himself piece by piece. This is why Confucius emphasized ritual, repetition, and practice. He saw discipline not as punishment, but as the path to freedom. The disciplined man is not enslaved by his impulses, he becomes the master of his own future. Modern life, however, has conditioned men to think the opposite. Everywhere we see stories of overnight success. The startup founder who becomes a billionaire at 25, the athlete who dominates early in his career, the influencer who suddenly rises to fame. These stories distort our sense of reality. They make men believe that success is the result of talent combined with luck, not the product of steady effort. And so many men chase motivation, waiting for that perfect moment of inspiration to get started. But motivation is like a matchstick. It burns bright but dies quickly. Discipline, on the other hand, is like a steady flame. not always dramatic, but capable of lighting the path for a lifetime. Think of the man who relies only on talent. He may shine for a while, but when life becomes difficult, when the job market shifts, when his body starts to age, when setbacks arrive, his talent alone cannot save him. Without the discipline to adapt, endure, and rebuild, he collapses. Compare that to the man who has trained himself to be steady and consistent. Even when he is not at his best, even when things get hard, he continues moving forward. His progress is slow but unstoppable because it does not depend on external conditions. Discipline carries him through what talent alone cannot. This principle applies to every part of life. If you want to be wise, you do not suddenly become enlightened in one night. You read, reflect, and challenge your thoughts every single day. If you want to be financially secure, you do not need to win the lottery or strike gold on one lucky investment. You save, budget, and make careful decisions consistently year after year. If you want a strong body, you do not need to crush yourself with extreme workouts once a month. You need to train regularly, even on the days you don't feel like it. And if you want to master your emotions, you cannot expect a single meditation retreat to fix your mind. You must practice patience daily in the little frustrations of ordinary life. Confucius knew that men are often tempted by shortcuts, but shortcuts rarely last. What lasts is what compounds. A single workout does not make you strong, but years of steady training transform your body. Reading one book does not make you wise, but years of reading make your mind sharp. Investing once will not make you wealthy, but small, consistent savings turn into financial freedom. The man who carries small stones every day eventually moves a mountain, while the man who looks for shortcuts wastes his life searching for an easier path that does not exist. There is also a hidden dignity in discipline. The world celebrates flashy talent and big achievements, but discipline is quiet, invisible, often unnoticed, and yet it shapes a man's character more deeply than anything else. A disciplined man is reliable. People trust him because they know he follows through. A disciplined man respects himself because he knows he has control over his actions. A disciplined man becomes free because he is no longer at the mercy of passing moods or external chaos. Discipline is not glamorous, but it is the backbone of all greatness. The tragedy is that many men only realize this when it's too late. They look back at years spent chasing shortcuts, wasting time, and relying on bursts of motivation, only to discover that nothing solid was built. They wonder why their bodies are weak, their minds restless, and their opportunities scarce. They regret not building the habits that would have carried them forward. Talent fades with age, but discipline compounds with time. The earlier it begins, the more unstoppable it becomes. So the real challenge is not asking yourself, what am I capable of when I'm at my best, but rather, what can I do every day no matter how I feel? If you can answer that honestly and then commit to it, you will find yourself moving mountains without even realizing it. Confucius was not telling us to be extraordinary heroes. He was reminding us that the extraordinary comes from the ordinary, repeated consistently. Success is not about the size of the stones you carry, it's about whether you keep carrying them. This is why talent alone should never be your foundation. Talent can give you applause, but discipline gives you mastery. Talent may open the door, but only discipline keeps you in the room. Talent makes you impressive, but discipline makes you unshakable. And when life inevitably tests you, with failure, loss, and hardship, it will not be talent that saves you, but the discipline you've built through years of steady effort. That is the essence of Confucius's wisdom. Start small, stay consistent, carry one stone today and another tomorrow. Do not chase the fantasy of sudden transformation. Instead, cultivate the strength of discipline and watch how it compounds into a life that talent alone could never create. Zhuangzi once told a story that continues to puzzle and inspire people more than 2,000 years later. One night he dreamed he was a butterfly. He fluttered about carefree, enjoying life in a way only a butterfly could. When he woke up, he was Zhuangzi again, but he was left with a haunting question. Was he a man who had dreamed of being a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming that he was a man? The story is simple, but its meaning is profound. Zhuangzi was pointing to the fragility of identity itself. What we think is solid and permanent, who we are, what we have, what we mean to others, may actually be as fleeting and dreamlike as a butterfly drifting on the wind. This parable shakes the foundations of how most men live their lives. So much energy is spent trying to build a stable identity. The career title, the car in the driveway, the reputation among peers, the number of followers online. Men cling to these external markers as if they define who they are. But Zhuangzi would laugh at this. He knew that these roles and labels are illusions. Costumes we put on for a while but cannot wear forever. If even being human itself could be questioned, how much less permanent are the fragile signs of status we chase? In today's world, this problem has only intensified. Men measure their worth by what can be seen and compared. Who earns more money? Who has the more impressive body? Who posts the most enviable photos of their lifestyle? Social media has turned life into a stage, and many men have mistaken the applause for meaning. But the applause fades quickly, and the cost of constantly performing is exhaustion and emptiness. A man may look powerful from the outside, yet on the inside he feels like a hollow shell, unsure of who he is without the props of status. Zhuangzi's butterfly dream is a reminder that identity tied to external things is fragile, because external things can be taken away. A job title can vanish with one corporate decision, a car can be wrecked in an accident, online followers can disappear overnight with a change in algorithms, even health and beauty fade with age. If your sense of self depends on these things, then you are never truly free. You are a prisoner, chained to symbols that were never yours to begin with. True strength comes from detachment, not in the sense of apathy or carelessness, but in realizing that who you are does not depend on labels. When you strip away the costumes, what remains? When you are no longer defined as someone's employee, someone's son, someone's provider, someone's influencer, who are you? This is the uncomfortable but necessary question Zhuangzi asks us, because until you can answer it, you will always be at the mercy of whatever label society gives or takes from you. Imagine for a moment that tomorrow, everything you have to prove your worth is gone. No job title, no income, no possessions that signal status, no one online watching or applauding you. Would you still recognize yourself? Could you still walk through the world with dignity even without validation? Most men cannot. That is why they cling so tightly to status symbols, because they are terrified of what lies underneath. But the man who learns to detach, who learns to live freely without being defined by labels, becomes unshakable. He is like Zhuangzi's butterfly, drifting with the wind, unconcerned with how others define him. The danger of chasing status is that it never ends. As soon as you reach one level, another appears. You buy a car, but then someone else buys a better one. You gain followers, but then you compare yourself to someone with 10 times as many. You climb the corporate ladder, but then realize there is always another rung above. Chasing status is like drinking salt water. It feels like it will quench your thirst, but the more you drink, the thirstier you become. Men lose decades in this cycle, only to discover too late that they were never really chasing fulfillment, only illusions. Zhuangzi's wisdom is an invitation to step outside the cycle entirely, to live not for the applause, but for the freedom of being yourself. It is not about renouncing all possessions or achievements, but about no longer being defined by them. Drive a car, but do not become the car. Earn money, but do not let money own you. Share your work online, but do not let likes dictate your self-worth. The goal is to live lightly, like the butterfly in Zhuangzi's dream, free, playful, untethered to the heavy burdens of identity. This doesn't mean you will never care what others think, but it does mean you will stop being ruled by it. A man who no longer lives for status becomes unpredictable in the best way. He works because he wants to, not because he needs a title. He pursues relationships because they matter to him, not because they boost his image. He creates not to impress but to express. And because he is free, he becomes powerful in a way that those chasing validation can never match. Zhuangzi's butterfly dream is not meant to confuse us. It is meant to liberate us. It tells us that identity is flexible, that the things we cling to are not as real as we think. And if they are not real, then we are free to live without fear of losing them. The takeaway is simple but radical. True strength is freedom from labels. When you stop chasing status, you gain something far more valuable: your life back. Water is fluid, soft and yielding, but water will wear away rock. With these words, Lao Tzu revealed a truth that turns our usual idea of strength upside down. Most men are taught from a young age that to be strong is to be unbreakable, to be firm, to resist all pressure. We admire stone because it seems solid, permanent, immovable. But Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, asked us to look at water instead. Water is soft, flexible, even weak by some standards. You can cut through stone, but you cannot cut through water. You can strike it, and it only shapes itself around your hand. And yet, over time, nothing is stronger than water. It carves canyons. It wears down mountains. It shapes the very land we live on. Its strength lies not in resistance, but in yielding. This is the essence of Wu Wei, one of Taoism's central teachings. Wu Wei is often translated as effortless action or non-forcing. It does not mean laziness or passivity. Instead, it is the art of moving with the current of life rather than against it. Think of a man rowing upstream with all his might, exhausting himself to gain only a few meters. Now compare him to the man who allows the river to carry him, adjusting his movement to the flow, conserving his strength. The first is stubborn but weak. The second is yielding but strong. Lao Tzu's wisdom teaches us that real mastery of life does not come from domination, but from alignment. Modern men often do the opposite. They try to dominate everything: their careers, their relationships, their health, even their reputation. They believe that with enough force and effort, they can bend life entirely to their will. This mentality can work in the short term, but it is not sustainable. The man who tries to control every outcome eventually burns out. He pushes harder at work until he breaks down. He tries to force people to love him, only to drive them away. He insists on always being right, only to end up isolated. Like a rigid tree in a storm, his strength snaps under pressure. Meanwhile, the flexible reed bends with the wind and survives. Lao Tzu invites us to consider another way of being. Instead of forcing outcomes, what if we learn to trust the flow of life? Instead of clinging to rigid plans, what if we allowed space for adaptation? Instead of treating softness as weakness, what if we discovered its hidden strength? Water has no fixed shape, yet it takes the shape of any container it enters. It adapts instantly to its environment, and in that adaptability lies its invincibility. A man who learns to be like water is never defeated because he cannot be broken. This is not abstract philosophy, it has real application in daily life. Consider relationships. Many men approach them with force, trying to control their partner, demanding loyalty, forcing affection. But love cannot be forced. It flows naturally when there is trust, patience, and presence. A man who is like water does not cling or demand. He creates space for love to grow, adjusting to its rhythm, and in doing so, builds something lasting. The same is true in work. Many men push themselves into burnout by believing they must constantly hustle, constantly grind, constantly outperform. But the man who is like water works with rhythm. He knows when to exert effort and when to rest, when to seize an opportunity and when to wait. He does not waste his energy fighting every battle. Instead, he conserves it for the right moment. Just as water slowly but surely erodes stone, over time, this patience and adaptability lead to greater success than the frantic force of endless hustle. Another example is reputation. Men who live like stone are obsessed with controlling how others see them. They fight to defend their image, to maintain a sense of status or superiority. But this obsession creates constant anxiety. The man who is like water does not fight every rumor or opinion. He allows others to think what they will, knowing that truth reveals itself in time. By refusing to force his image, he actually becomes freer, more respected, and more at peace. Being like water also means learning how to let go. Stone clings to its shape, but water never resists change. It accepts the seasons, the tides, the shifting currents. In life, men often suffer because they cling to relationships that no longer serve them, to goals that no longer make sense, to identities that no longer fit. They resist change, and resistance creates pain. But the man who learns to flow adapts gracefully. He does not fear change, because he knows it is part of the rhythm of life. By letting go, he makes space for new possibilities to appear. One of the deepest lessons from Lao Tzu is that forcing life actually weakens you. The more you fight against what is, the more exhausted you become. But the more you align with what is, the more energy you gain. This does not mean you never act or pursue goals. It means you act with wisdom, choosing the path of least resistance, like water flowing through cracks in the rock. You use the natural flow of circumstances to your advantage, rather than wasting energy in constant struggle. This philosophy also speaks to inner strength. Many men believe that to be strong they must harden themselves, hide their emotions, and never show softness. But Lao Tzu would argue the opposite. What is truly strong is the man who can be soft without fear, who can bend without breaking, who can embrace vulnerability without losing himself. Just as water is both gentle and unstoppable, a man who allows himself to be both firm and tender gains a depth of strength that rigid men will never know. The takeaway is clear. Be water, not stone. Do not confuse rigidity with strength or softness with weakness. Life is not conquered by force but navigated through flow. The men who learn this truth become resilient, adaptable, and free. They do not collapse under pressure because they have learned to bend. They do not waste their lives forcing what cannot be forced because they have learned to trust the current. And like water wearing away rock, they accomplish what once seemed impossible, not through brute force but through patience and persistence. Lao Tzu's wisdom is not about surrendering your life to fate. It is about realizing that there is a deeper rhythm to existence, and when you align with it, you find both peace and power. Most men learn this lesson too late, after years of breaking themselves against the hard rocks of resistance. But if you can learn it now, you will discover a strength far greater than anything force could give you. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. With this line, Sun Tzu revealed the hidden core of the art of war. It is not a book about endless fighting or constant aggression. It is not about crushing enemies at every turn. Instead, it is about wisdom, the wisdom of discernment, the ability to recognize when conflict is necessary and when it is destructive. Sun Tzu understood that strength is not measured by how often you fight, but by how carefully you choose your battles. Victory does not belong to the man who fights the most, but to the man who knows when to act and when to hold back. This principle is often misunderstood in the modern world. Many men confuse aggression with strength. They believe they must fight every insult, argue every point, and pursue every opportunity with maximum effort. They see life as a battlefield where every moment is a fight for dominance, but this constant war mentality drains energy and scatters focus. You can waste years trying to prove yourself in meaningless conflicts, and in the end, you win nothing of value. Sun Tzu's wisdom reminds us that mastery is not about constant struggle. It is about strategic restraint. The truth is, not every hill is worth dying on. Yet men often make the mistake of treating small disagreements, petty rivalries, or imagined slights as if they are life or death battles. How many friendships have been destroyed because one man could not let go of being right in an argument? How many marriages have crumbled because both partners insisted on winning every dispute? How many careers have been sabotaged because someone wasted energy proving a point instead of focusing on the bigger picture? These are not victories, they are losses disguised as pride. Sun Tzu would tell us that wisdom lies in letting go of small battles so that we have the strength to win the larger ones. Consider the modern workplace. A man who argues with his colleagues over every detail may feel powerful in the moment, but he exhausts himself and earns a reputation for being difficult. Another man, who chooses his conflicts carefully, stays silent when the issue is small, but speaks with conviction when it truly matters, ends up being far more influential. His words carry weight because they are not wasted. He saves his strength for the right moment, and when he does act, his actions are decisive. This is the difference between reckless aggression and strategic wisdom. The same applies to personal life. Men often waste enormous emotional energy fighting battles that do not matter. They argue endlessly with their partners over minor issues, forgetting the bigger purpose of love and companionship. They compete with their neighbors, trying to outshine them with bigger houses or better cars, forgetting that this rivalry changes nothing about their happiness. They spend hours online debating strangers about politics or sports, feeling victorious for a moment, but losing precious time that could have been used to build something meaningful. These are the battles that drain men of life, and in the end, no one wins them. Sun Tzu's wisdom urges us to ask ourselves what battles are truly worth fighting. A man who knows this question lives differently. He refuses to waste his strength on trivial things. He conserves his energy for what matters most, protecting his health, providing for his family, building his purpose, and living with integrity. He understands that life is short and every fight has a cost. So he fights rarely, but when he does, he fights with full force because he knows the battle is worth it. This kind of restraint requires humility. It is easy to let pride control you, to believe you must answer every insult or prove yourself at every turn. But true strength is the ability to walk away without feeling diminished. Sun Tzu teaches that avoiding unnecessary conflict is not weakness, but strategy. It is the mark of a man who knows his value does not depend on winning every argument. The wise man fights only when the outcome truly matters, and he does so with clarity and focus. There is also a deeper truth here. Every battle drains you, whether you win or lose. Time, energy, and attention are limited resources. If you waste them on meaningless fights, you have little left for the real challenges of life. A man who spends his days in petty conflicts often finds himself too tired to face the true tests when they arrive. But a man who conserves his strength is ready when it matters most. He understands that the greatest battles are not fought against others, but within himself, against laziness, fear, temptation, and despair. Saving your strength for these inner battles is what Sun Tzu's wisdom ultimately points to. Think of your health as one of these crucial battles. Many men neglect it, wasting energy on distractions while ignoring their body's needs. They fight over trivial things, but surrender in the battle for their own well-being. But what good is a victory in the outside world if your body collapses from neglect? The wise man chooses this battle. He fights for his health through discipline, rest, and care. He knows that without health, no other victory can be enjoyed. Another essential battle is for family and relationships. Too many men waste their energy proving themselves to strangers, while their loved ones suffer from neglect. They argue with coworkers, fight for promotions, and chase recognition, but fail to invest in the relationships that truly give life meaning. Sun Tzu's principle reminds us that the family is a battle worth choosing. Protecting, nurturing, and providing for those you love is not a distraction from life's mission. It is the heart of it. And finally, the most important battle of all, the battle for purpose. A man who has no purpose fights endless meaningless wars because he does not know what he stands for. But the man who knows his mission chooses carefully. Every yes and every no are guided by his deeper aim. He will walk away from distractions, ignore petty conflicts, and even endure insults if it means staying true to his purpose. And when the time comes to defend that purpose, he will fight with everything he has because he has saved his strength for the battle that defines his life. The wisdom of Sun Tzu is as relevant today as it was on ancient battlefields. Life is full of conflicts, both small and large. You cannot win them all, and you are not meant to. What matters is discernment. Victory comes to the man who knows which battles to walk away from and which battles to fight. Restraint is not weakness, it is strategy. Pride leads men into battles that cost them their peace, their time, and their strength. But humility, patience, and wisdom lead men to conserve their energy for what truly matters. The takeaway is simple. Not every hill is worth dying on. Before you enter a fight, whether with others, with yourself, or with the world, ask, is this worth the cost? Will this matter tomorrow? Will it matter in a year? If the answer is no, let it go. Save your strength. Life is short, and your battles should be chosen with care. As Sun Tzu reminds us, the man who knows when to fight and when not to fight is the man who truly wins. Confucius believed that the foundation of all true power was not force, wealth, or status, but virtue. He taught that if a ruler wanted to govern a country, the first thing he must do was govern himself. If a father wanted respect from his children, he had to live in a way that earned it. If a man wanted influence, he had to begin not with speeches or threats, but with the quiet discipline of his own character. In Confucius's eyes, power built on fear or manipulation was fragile. It might last for a season, but it would eventually collapse. Power rooted in virtue, however, had no need for constant enforcement. It drew people naturally, like plants turning toward the sun. The problem for many men today is that they try to reverse this order. They want respect before they are respectable. They demand loyalty without giving reasons to be trusted. They try to control others while they themselves remain undisciplined, chaotic, or lost. This creates an emptiness at the core of their influence. A boss may shout orders, but if his life is a mess, his authority is hollow. A father may demand obedience, but if his actions are selfish or destructive, his children eventually see through him. A man may command attention online, but if his real character is weak, the attention fades the moment people see behind the mask. Confucius knew that without virtue, all forms of power are temporary. To understand this, It helps to see virtue as a kind of invisible currency. Unlike money, you cannot buy it. Unlike reputation, you cannot fake it for long. Unlike fear, it does not vanish when you leave the room. Virtue is the slow accumulation of trust, integrity, and consistency. It is earned by how you speak, how you treat people, and how you live when no one is watching. A man of virtue may not be the loudest, but people listen when he speaks, because they know his words are backed by his life. A man of virtue may not seek followers, but others naturally look to him because his presence inspires confidence. This is the quiet, unshakable power that Confucius considered the highest form of leadership. Modern culture, however, often glorifies a different kind of power, one based on domination, manipulation, and image. We see leaders who bully, bosses who exploit, influencers who perform for attention while living the opposite of what they preach. They may achieve temporary influence, but it is brittle. The moment circumstances shift, the moment fear fades or the mask slips, their power collapses. Contrast this with the power of virtue. It is slower to build, less flashy, but it cannot be easily taken away. Even when a virtuous man faces setbacks, his character sustains him, and people remain drawn to him because they trust him. This idea applies not only to rulers and leaders, but to every man in daily life. If you want to be respected by others, begin by respecting yourself. If you want people to trust you, start by becoming trustworthy. If you want to lead, lead by example. Influence is not about controlling others, it is about controlling yourself. You cannot demand discipline from your children if you cannot wake up on time yourself. You cannot expect honesty from your employees if you cut corners at every opportunity. You cannot inspire loyalty in your partner if you live without integrity. Confucius's lesson is that people do not follow words, they follow character. There is a deeper reason why virtue holds this kind of power. When a man lives with virtue, he creates stability in a world full of chaos. Most people are unpredictable. They are driven by moods, impulses, or temptations. But the man of virtue is steady. He does not need to shout to be heard because people sense his strength in the way he carries himself. He does not need to threaten to get results because his example naturally sets a standard that others want to follow. This kind of presence cannot be faked. It must be lived day after day in small decisions that build into a consistent life. Think of how this applies in a modern workplace. Imagine two managers. The first tries to control his team through fear. He micromanages, criticizes, and pushes people constantly. At first, the team complies, but underneath, resentment builds. The second manager leads with quiet integrity. He holds himself to high standards, admits his mistakes, and treats his people with fairness. He does not need to shout or threaten, because his team respects him and does not want to disappoint him. Over time, the second manager builds loyalty that cannot be forced, while the first burns bridges that can never be rebuilt. The difference is virtue. The same dynamic applies in personal relationships. A man who lacks self-control may try to dominate his partner with anger or manipulation, but his relationship is always fragile. A man of virtue, on the other hand, shows patience, kindness, and consistency. He does not demand respect, he earns it. He does not force loyalty, he inspires it. His power does not come from fear, but from trust. And trust, once earned through virtue, is far stronger than control ever could be. Confucius's wisdom is also a challenge to modern men who seek shortcuts to influence. Many try to construct a powerful image without building a powerful character. They polish their social media profiles, buy symbols of success, and learn tricks of persuasion, but they neglect the harder work of self-mastery. Yet in the long run, image without substance always crumbles. People can be fooled for a time, but eventually truth comes out. Virtue cannot be faked, and its absence cannot be hidden forever. The application of this teaching is simple, but it requires honesty. Begin with yourself. Ask, do my actions match my words? Do I live in a way that I would want others to imitate? Do I carry myself with consistency, or do I shift with moods and impulses? Influence begins here, not out there. If you want to be a leader, master yourself first. If you want others to listen, live in a way that makes your words trustworthy. If you want respect, treat others with respect long before you demand it from them. The takeaway is that self-mastery is the foundation of all influence. Without it, power is shallow and temporary. With it, power becomes steady, natural, and lasting. Confucius knew that you cannot control others if you cannot control yourself. A man who cannot lead himself has no right to lead others. But a man who has cultivated virtue, who disciplines his own actions and lives with integrity, possesses a kind of quiet authority that no one can strip away. This kind of power does not come overnight. It is built slowly, through countless small choices. Choosing honesty when lying would be easier. Choosing patience when anger would feel more satisfying. Choosing consistency when giving up would be more comfortable. Each choice builds the invisible currency of virtue, and over time, it becomes the strongest foundation of influence a man can have. Unlike wealth, it cannot be stolen. Unlike reputation, it cannot be fabricated. Unlike status, it does not fade with age. Virtue is permanent, and the power it gives is the rarest and most enduring of all. In a world obsessed with appearances and quick results, Confucius's teaching may seem old-fashioned, but it is exactly what modern men need most. True leadership does not come from dominance, manipulation, or image. It comes from the steady weight of character. The men who grasp this lesson early do not waste their lives trying to control others. They focus on mastering themselves, and in doing so, they discover a deeper, quieter, and more lasting form of power, the power of virtue. There's a famous story about Zhuangzi that captures his philosophy in one powerful choice. A king once offered him a high office promising wealth, prestige, and influence. Most men would have accepted instantly. To hold power in the king's court was the dream of countless scholars in ancient China. But Zhuangzi refused. He told the king's messengers that he would rather remain free, wandering by rivers and living simply, than become trapped in a gilded cage. For him, no amount of honor or reward was worth the price of losing his independence. Zhuangzi's answer was radical because it challenged the assumption that success is measured by rank or status. He saw that life was fleeting, and it made no sense to waste it chasing things that would only bring regret. At the heart of this decision is one of Zhuangzi's deepest teachings. Life is short, and because it is short, freedom is worth more than power. Every man eventually faces the truth that time moves faster than he expects. One day you are young and full of energy, imagining endless years ahead of you. Then, without warning, decades have passed. The ambitions you thought would fulfill you are behind you, and you begin to realize that the best parts of life, experiences, joy, connection, freedom, were too often delayed for a future that never came. Zhuangzi understood this clearly. That is why he rejected the king's offer. He knew that years spent in chains, even golden chains, are wasted years. This wisdom speaks directly to the struggles of modern men. Many spend their lives grinding for a retirement they may never reach, or if they do, they arrive too exhausted or unhealthy to enjoy it. They tell themselves that happiness will come later, after the next promotion, after the next raise, after the mortgage is paid off. They sacrifice their present moments for a future that always moves further away. They live like prisoners working toward a release date, only to realize that freedom was available all along, if only they had chosen it. The danger is that modern culture rewards this mindset. Workplaces praise men who sacrifice everything for their careers. Society applauds those who accumulate wealth and possessions as proof of their value. Advertisements constantly whisper that happiness is just one purchase away. But Zhuangzi reminds us that this is a trap. Life does not wait until retirement to begin. It is happening right now in every small moment, and every day lost to joyless pursuit is a day you can never get back. Zhuangzi's decision to refuse high office was not laziness or irresponsibility. It was clarity. He saw that freedom, simplicity, and authenticity were worth more than honor and power. His choice was to live fully in the present rather than sacrifice his soul for future rewards. Modern men can learn from this by asking themselves a hard question. If today were your last day, would you be proud of how you spent it? Too many would admit that they are merely enduring their days, waiting for life to start at some imagined point in the future. But the truth is, life has already started. It has always been here, waiting for you to notice it. The application of this wisdom is not about abandoning responsibility or quitting work altogether. It is about prioritizing what truly matters. Experiences, relationships, and freedom are not luxuries to be postponed until later. They are the essence of life itself. A man who spends every waking hour chasing money while neglecting his loved ones will eventually learn that no paycheck can replace the warmth of those lost years. A man who spends decades in the office dreaming of travel may find himself too frail to explore when the time finally comes. A man who sacrifices his health for success discovers too late that no wealth can buy back vitality. To live like Zhuangzi is to recognize that the clock is always ticking, and therefore to make deliberate choices about what deserves your time. It is to understand that every day is a chance to live, not a stepping stone to some distant future. It is to refuse the lie that freedom and joy must wait until conditions are perfect. Instead, you find them now, in time spent with those you love, in work that matters to you, in simple pleasures that bring you peace. The men who fail to learn this lesson often look back with regret. They see that they traded the best years of their lives for symbols that did not last. They remember the family dinners they missed, the adventures they postponed, the friendships they let wither, all for the promise of a better tomorrow that never came. Their regret is not that they worked hard, but that they worked for the wrong things. They forgot that life itself was the prize, not the things they accumulated along the way. Living with Zhuangzi's wisdom means rejecting the pressure to postpone your life. It means realizing that freedom is not given by society or a paycheck. It is claimed by the choices you make. You do not need permission to take time for yourself, to enjoy the present, to live simply and authentically. You do not need a king's approval to wander by rivers and find joy in the ordinary. The power to live is already yours. The only question is whether you will use it before time runs out. This does not mean abandoning ambition altogether. Zhuangzi was not against effort or growth. He was against wasting your life for goals that do not matter. Ambition aligned with your true self, ambition that fuels joy and meaning, can be part of a good life. But blind ambition, the endless grind for status, money, or approval, is a trap. The key is to distinguish between what you are told to want and what actually matters to you. Only then can you live with the freedom Zhuangzi valued so deeply. The takeaway is simple. Don't wait for permission to live. Stop postponing your life for a future that may never arrive. Do not assume that happiness is something you will earn later. It is something you must choose now. Like Zhuangzi, dare to reject the golden cage, no matter how prestigious it looks. Choose freedom over status, simplicity over empty rewards, and presence over delay. Life is short, and every day you waste is one you will never get back. Han Fei, one of the most influential voices of Chinese legalism, held a view of human nature that was far harsher than that of Confucius or Lao Tzu. He believed that people, left to themselves, were selfish, chaotic, and short-sighted. Without rules, discipline, and consequences, men would give in to their worst impulses, creating disorder and destruction. Unlike Confucius, who emphasized virtue, or Lao Tzu, who spoke of flowing with life, Han Fei argued that structure and control were the only things that kept society from collapsing into chaos. While his philosophy was rigid and sometimes ruthless, it contained a truth that still cuts deep today. If you do not control yourself, someone else will step in and do it for you. This truth plays out clearly in the modern world. Men who lack self-control often believe they are free, but in reality, they live as slaves to their own impulses. The man who cannot control his appetite becomes a slave to food, his health declining year after year. The man who cannot control his desire for distraction becomes a slave to his phone, scrolling endlessly while life passes him by. The man who cannot control his spending becomes a slave to debt, chained to banks and corporations that profit from his lack of discipline. Even the man who cannot control his anger or emotions becomes a slave to them, watching as they ruin relationships, careers, and opportunities. Han Fei's philosophy reminds us that freedom without discipline is not freedom at all. It is a hidden form of captivity. Consider how easily corporations and governments exploit this weakness. Social media companies design apps to hijack your attention, knowing that most people lack the discipline to resist endless scrolling. Fast food chains engineer meals to keep you craving more, profiting from your lack of restraint. Consumer culture thrives on convincing men to buy things they don't need with money they don't have, keeping them trapped in cycles of debt and work. Governments and employers know that men without discipline are easier to control. They will follow orders without question because they lack the inner strength to govern themselves. In this way, self-mastery is not only a personal virtue, it is a form of resistance against systems that profit from weakness. The modern man often mistakes comfort for freedom, but the opposite is true. Comfort without discipline becomes a cage. The man who sleeps in every day, eats whatever he wants, and indulges every impulse may feel free in the moment, but over time his body weakens, his opportunities vanish, and his mind becomes restless. He is no longer choosing his life. His life is being chosen for him by habits he cannot escape. The man who embraces discipline, however, sacrifices temporary comfort for lasting freedom. By controlling his habits, emotions, and time, he gains the ability to shape his future instead of being dragged along by it. This principle can be applied to every aspect of life. Take habits, for example. A man who cannot discipline himself to exercise will one day face the control of doctors, medications, and illnesses that limit his freedom. A man who cannot discipline himself financially will one day face the control of creditors, employers, or governments who dictate his choices. A man who cannot discipline himself emotionally will one day face the control of others who manipulate his anger or fear for their own gain. In each case, the lack of self-control leads to someone else stepping in to control you. Han Fei's warning is simple but brutal. Either you master yourself or someone else will. The same applies to time. Time is the most valuable resource a man has, yet most men spend it carelessly. Hours are wasted on distractions, arguments, or empty entertainment. Days slip by without direction until years are lost. But time never pauses, and once it is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. A man who controls his time, who chooses deliberately how to spend it, builds a life of purpose. A man who does not becomes a servant to other people's demands and agendas. If you do not decide how to use your time, someone else will decide for you, and their goals will not be the same as yours. Self-control also extends to the inner life of emotions and thoughts. Many men live as captives of their emotions, reacting without thinking, letting anger, jealousy, or fear dictate their actions. They lash out in rage, only to regret it later. They let fear keep them small, never daring to pursue what they truly want. They allow jealousy to poison their relationships. In each case, they are not in control, their emotions are. Han Fei's harsh truth reminds us that emotional discipline is not about suppressing feelings, but about refusing to be ruled by them. A man who can pause before reacting, who can think clearly under pressure, is stronger than any man who explodes with anger or trembles with fear. The irony is that many men resist discipline because they believe it will restrict their freedom. But in reality, the opposite is true. Discipline is the only thing that creates freedom. A man who disciplines his body through fitness is free to climb mountains, play with his children, and live without the chains of illness. A man who disciplines his mind through study and focus is free to think for himself, to see through manipulation, and to create opportunities others cannot. A man who disciplines his finances is free to walk away from jobs or systems that do not serve him. The undisciplined man, by contrast, is bound at every turn by his cravings, his debts, his weakness, and his fears. The key application of Han Fei's teaching is this: take control of your habits, your emotions, and your time now, before someone else does. Build small daily practices that strengthen discipline. Waking up at a set time, saving a portion of what you earn, training your body, setting limits on distractions, pausing before you react in anger. These are not just self-help tips, they are acts of reclaiming your freedom. Every habit you master reduces the control others can have over you. Every moment of discipline you practice makes you harder to manipulate. Every choice of self-control builds a stronger foundation for independence. The takeaway is clear. Freedom begins with self-command. Without it, your life will be controlled by addictions, corporations, governments, or emotions. With it, you gain the rare ability to live on your own terms. Han Fei's voice may sound severe, but it is a necessary reminder in an age of distraction and indulgence. If you want to be free, do not wait for society to hand you that freedom. It never will. Instead, take it for yourself by mastering the only thing you can truly control: your own mind, body, and actions. That is the power of discipline. That is the beginning of true freedom. You're not stuck, you're just clinging to the dead version of you. That version, the one who accepted less, who feared more, who lived small to stay safe, no longer fits, but you keep wearing it. You keep performing the same identity you outgrew years ago, and so life begins to feel heavy, slow, and stale. Not because something's wrong, but because something's over. The story you've been telling about who you are has expired, and yet you're still reciting it like a script handed to you long ago. It's like trying to breathe new life into a sandcastle that's already collapsed. It doesn't matter how perfectly you built it once. The tide has come, it's time to let go. Every transformation requires a death, a spiritual one, a psychological one, an identity-based death. It's the ending of who you thought you were, the ending of the lies you told yourself to survive, the ending of comfort zones, coping mechanisms, and small ambitions. But we resist this death. We hold on to old relationships that no longer serve us. We stay in jobs that suffocate us. We replay the same emotions over and over again, not because they help us, but because they're familiar. We mistake this resistance for being stuck, but we're not stuck. We're attached. We're loyal to a version of ourselves that was only meant to get us this far, not to take us where we're meant to go next. What if the thing holding you back isn't fear or failure or circumstances, but the person you think you are? The name you respond to, the habits you justify, the beliefs you defend, all of it. What if growth isn't about becoming more, but about shedding everything that isn't truly you? The truth is, every level of your life will demand a different version of you. And the person you are today may have to die for the next version to be born. That's not poetic metaphor, that's how transformation works. The caterpillar has to dissolve completely before it becomes a butterfly. It doesn't just grow wings, it becomes unrecognizable. But this kind of death is terrifying, isn't it? Because it requires stepping into the unknown. No guarantees, no familiar labels, no handrails, just you and the silence of not knowing who you are anymore. But that's where the real magic begins. In that space where your old identity crumbles and the new one hasn't fully formed yet, it's where real self-trust is born. Not the kind that says, "I know who I am," but the kind that whispers, "I trust myself even when I don't." We're taught to build ourselves up, but no one tells us that sometimes we have to tear ourselves down first, not out of self-hate, but out of truth, to admit with courage that certain parts of us were built out of fear or trauma or people-pleasing, and those parts have done their job. They protected us, but their job is over now, and if we don't let them go, they'll start to suffocate the version of us that's trying to emerge, like wearing clothes that are 5 sizes too small and wondering why you can't move freely. Transformation is not a gentle process. It's not self-improvement. It's self-destruction, followed by self-creation. You don't just shift habits. You burn narratives. You kill illusions. You betray who you've been to stay loyal to who you're meant to be. There's a reason every ancient culture has some version of the rebirth myth. The phoenix that sets itself on fire to rise from its own ashes. The caterpillar that disappears into a cocoon and dissolves into nothing before emerging as a butterfly. The alchemist's gold forged only through intense, purifying fire. These aren't just poetic symbols. They are maps for human transformation. They speak to a truth so deep we often forget it. You cannot become something greater without first letting something go. You cannot evolve without sacrifice. And that sacrifice almost always feels like death, because in many ways, it is. But here's what most people miss. The reason transformation feels so painful isn't because you're doing something wrong. It's because you're doing something right. You are shedding your skin. You are stepping away from your old life, your old patterns, your old stories. You are burning the bridges that kept you small, and yes, it feels like loss. But what you're actually losing is the weight that kept you from flying. Think of the butterfly. It doesn't just grow wings on top of its caterpillar body, no. Inside the cocoon it melts. Its organs, tissues, and form disintegrate. It becomes goo, a shapeless, formless mess. No direction, no identity. It dies, and from that death something new emerges, a creature with wings. That's what real personal growth feels like. Not a steady staircase, not a 5-step formula. It's disorientation, it's confusion, it's the chaos of unlearning everything you thought you were and waiting, with trembling hands and a racing heart, to see what will grow in its place. People want change, but they don't want to feel lost. They want evolution without the in-between. But that's not how nature works. Before something is reborn, it must dissolve. It must be reduced to its most essential form. The ego hates this. The ego clings to control, definition, certainty. But transformation doesn't care what your ego wants. It only cares what your soul needs. You must let the old self burn to find what's beneath the ash. And that's not metaphorical advice. That's practical. That means you may have to walk away from relationships where you're not allowed to grow. You may have to disappoint people who only love the version of you that stays small. You may have to quit things, say no, let go of dreams that don't fit anymore. It might mean sitting in silence and realizing how much of your identity was performative, crafted to be liked, accepted, or approved. That's not easy. It's heartbreaking. But that heartbreak is holy. It's the sound of old walls collapsing so new ground can be broken. This is why so many people stay stuck, because the old self may be painful, but it's familiar, it's predictable. It's like living in a cage that hurts, but at least you know the shape of it. True transformation asks you to step outside that cage and walk blindfolded into the unknown. No guarantees, no applause, just you and your raw, unprotected self. It's terrifying. But it's also the only way to become who you were always meant to be. If you want to become gold, you must be willing to endure the fire that burns away the impurities, the parts of you that aren't real, the masks, the pride, the self-pity, the excuses. They cannot survive the heat. Only truth can, only essence. There is no shortcut to this process. You can't fake your way through it. You can't pretend to burn the old you while secretly holding onto the ashes in your pocket. Life knows, life sees, and until you surrender fully, you will feel torn, half in the old world, half in the new. You'll feel stuck, not because you lack potential, but because you refuse to grieve what's no longer aligned. Real growth requires grief. You must mourn the version of yourself that helped you survive but cannot help you thrive. You must bow your head and thank that self, and then let it die with grace. And here's the beautiful part. After the fire, after the cocoon, after the death, something new is born. Not always immediately. Sometimes you must sit in the ash for a while. You must get comfortable with being no one before you can truly become someone new. But eventually a spark returns, a clarity, a strength, not loud or boastful but steady. The kind of strength that comes from knowing you survived the fire, that you didn't just build a better version of your old self, you created something entirely new. That's power, that's freedom, that's rebirth. You will know you're in the process of being reborn when everything starts to feel uncertain, when your usual comforts no longer satisfy, when people around you say you've changed, and they don't say it as a compliment. You will feel alone, not because you're doing something wrong, but because the people who belong to your old life can't follow you where you're going. That's part of the deal. The phoenix doesn't rise with company. The cocoon doesn't have a door for visitors. These are solitary experiences by design, but they are sacred. The question isn't whether you will go through this death. Everyone does at some point. The question is, will you resist it, or will you surrender to it? Will you cling to the ashes and try to rebuild the same old life, or will you trust the fire to shape something better? Will you let your ego convince you that staying small is safer, or will you leap terrified into the unknown, trusting that wings will grow as you fall? People think the fire is the enemy. They avoid it, fear it. But the fire is the teacher. It burns away what you no longer need. It shows you what's real. It clears space for rebirth. And if you let it, the fire will introduce you to the version of yourself you were always meant to meet. Not the one shaped by fear or expectation or conformity, but the one that was there before all that. The one that's raw, alive and real. So if you're in the fire now, let it burn. If you're in the cocoon, trust the process. Don't try to rush it. Don't try to escape it. Sit in the ash. Sit in the silence. Sit in the uncertainty. Because beneath that stillness, something is stirring. Something is being born. And one day, when you least expect it, you'll rise. Not because you forced yourself to change, but because you surrendered to becoming. You'll look back and realize that what felt like the end was actually the beginning. That the fire didn't destroy you, it revealed you. And that the death of your old self was the best thing that ever happened to you. Nietzsche's philosophy often sounds brutal at first glance. His language is sharp, dramatic, even aggressive. He talks about the death of God, about struggle and will, about man as something to be overcome. But when you slow down and look deeper, you'll see something far more human in his work, a deep understanding of the pain and potential of becoming. Nietzsche wasn't just telling people to be strong for the sake of it. He was calling us to transcend who we are, not because we're unworthy, but because we're unfinished. For him, human beings are not static, fixed, final. We are in a constant state of evolution, or at least we should be. When Nietzsche says, "He who has a why can bear almost any how," he's giving us one of the most powerful tools for surviving the chaos of life: purpose. Not comfort, not success, not even happiness, but something deeper, a why. A reason to get out of bed when everything in you wants to stay down. A reason to keep walking through the fire when your legs are shaking and the world around you is falling apart. Most people don't break because life is too hard. They break because they can't see why they should keep going. When you don't have a why, every little inconvenience becomes a mountain. Every failure feels fatal. But when you have a real why, something that lights your soul on fire, then pain becomes fuel. Struggle becomes training. Setbacks become steps. Nietzsche believed that we are not meant to be fragile, passive creatures. We are meant to suffer, to struggle, and through that to become. But become what exactly? That's where the idea of the Übermensch comes in, one of Nietzsche's most misunderstood ideas. People hear the term and think of some kind of elite superhuman, above everyone else. But Nietzsche wasn't promoting superiority, he was promoting self-overcoming. The Übermensch isn't someone who dominates others, it's someone who masters themselves, someone who creates their own values, rather than blindly following what society tells them. Someone who doesn't need external validation to feel alive. Someone who looks inside and asks, what do I believe? What kind of life do I want to live? What is my truth, even if no one else agrees with it? For Nietzsche, the average person is stuck living someone else's life. Inherited beliefs, societal expectations, roles they never chose but feel obligated to play. He saw that most people never really think for themselves. They follow the herd, live by rules they never questioned, worship ideas they never understood, and worst of all, they stay this way because it's comfortable, because it's easier to obey than to create. But Nietzsche's whole message was a challenge to this comfort. Man is something that shall be overcome, he wrote. Not because man is evil or worthless, but because man is potential. We are bridges, not endpoints, bridges to something greater. And that greater thing is the fully realized, fully awakened individual. Not someone perfect, but someone becoming. And that process of becoming, it's not gentle. It requires tearing yourself apart. Nietzsche called this self-overcoming. You have to face your own lies, your own cowardice, your own laziness. You have to confront every part of yourself that has settled, compromised, or hidden behind excuses. And then, and this is the hardest part, you have to will yourself into something new, not with empty affirmations, not by pretending, but through action, through fire, through discipline, reflection, and relentless honesty. Self-overcoming means waking up and saying, this part of me isn't working anymore. This belief, this behavior, this fear, it's got to go. And then doing the hard, painful work of changing it day by day, thought by thought, step by step. This doesn't mean becoming cold, emotionless, or hardened. In fact, the Übermensch is deeply alive. They feel everything. They love life not because it's easy, but because it's real. Nietzsche wanted us to affirm life, to say yes to all of it, even the ugly parts, even the pain, the grief, the uncertainty. He called it amor fati, the love of fate. Not just accepting what happens to you, but loving it. Seeing every wound as a doorway, every loss as a lesson, every challenge as a chance to rise. This kind of mindset doesn't come from privilege or comfort, it comes from inner strength, and that strength is forged, always, in struggle. One of the most powerful things Nietzsche did was flip the traditional idea of morality on its head. He wasn't interested in being good in the way society defines it. He didn't care about approval, politeness, or fitting in. He cared about authenticity, and sometimes being authentic means being misunderstood. Sometimes it means standing alone. Sometimes it means being labeled wrong, difficult, or even dangerous, because you refuse to follow the script. But Nietzsche's point was that you cannot become the highest version of yourself if you're still trying to be acceptable to everyone else. You have to dare to offend, to disrupt, to rebel, not out of arrogance, but out of integrity. This is a message many people don't want to hear. It's much easier to stay in the identity you've always worn, even if it makes you miserable, than to rip it off and face the uncertainty of change. It's easier to complain about life than to build one. It's easier to blame your parents, your past, your circumstances than to take responsibility for your becoming. But if you truly want freedom, deep, inner, unshakable freedom, then Nietzsche's path is clear. You must create yourself, not just once, constantly. Every time you get comfortable, you ask, what am I avoiding? What part of me have I neglected? Where have I stopped growing? Self-overcoming isn't a single event. It's a way of life, a commitment to becoming the artist of your own soul. And like any artist, you'll have to destroy old drafts. You'll have to start over. You'll have to experiment, fail, and keep going. The masterpiece is never complete, but it becomes more beautiful every time you return to it with honesty and courage. Nietzsche didn't give us a map to follow. He gave us a challenge, a mirror, a push. He didn't say, here's who you should be. He said, who are you brave enough to become? And that's the question you must answer again and again. Not by talking about it, not by thinking about it, but by living it. By standing up every day and deciding, I will not remain who I was. I will rise. I will change. I will become. Because life isn't asking you to be perfect. It's asking you to be in motion, to keep going, to keep shaping, to keep shedding the false and stepping into the real. And if that means burning the old you to the ground, then light the match. Watch the ashes fall, and from them, begin again. Carl Jung believed that most of us walk around wearing masks, not because we're dishonest, but because we're afraid. Afraid that if we showed who we really are, we wouldn't be accepted. Afraid that our flaws would make us unlovable. So instead of living as our full selves, we create a version of us that's easier to digest, polished, agreeable, predictable. This version, this mask, becomes our ego, and while it helps us fit in, it also traps us. Because as long as you're protecting a fragile self-image, you cannot truly grow. Growth requires truth, and truth threatens the persona we've spent years building. But if you want to live a full life, you have to be willing to let that image crack, and eventually shatter. Jung called this mask the persona. It's the identity we build for the outside world, the one that gets praised, hired, liked, and followed. But beneath it lives everything we've repressed, all the parts of ourselves we've disowned, denied, or buried because they didn't feel safe to express. Jung called this the shadow, the rejected side of the self. And here's the hard truth. The more you deny your shadow, the more control it has over you. You think you're in charge of your life, but you're really just reacting to hidden wounds and unconscious fears. You avoid conflict not because you're peaceful, but because you're scared of being disliked. You chase perfection not because you're driven, but because you're terrified of feeling not enough. You sabotage relationships, procrastinate, overthink, lash out, not because you're broken, but because something inside you is begging to be seen. Until you face it, you'll stay stuck in patterns you don't understand. Shadow work is the process of turning toward that buried part of yourself, not to destroy it, but to understand it, to welcome it back into the light. People think personal development is about becoming better, stronger, more positive. But sometimes growth means getting messier before you get clearer. It means feeling things you've avoided for years. Grief, anger, shame, regret. These aren't flaws in your personality, they're messages, and ignoring them doesn't make you stronger, it makes you split. The longer you pretend to be fine, the louder your shadow becomes, not in words, but in actions. You'll keep repeating cycles. You'll keep attracting the same pain, because the parts of you that are unseen will always find a way to be felt. The first step to becoming whole is letting go of who you pretend to be. This is one of Jung's most powerful teachings. You don't become whole by adding more knowledge, more success, more validation. You become whole by subtracting, by removing the false layers, by being brutally honest about what's really driving you. Are you ambitious because you love to grow, or because you fear being ordinary? Are you kind because it's who you are, or because you're terrified of confrontation? Are you happy, or are you just busy enough to not feel the sadness? These are not questions most people want to ask, but without them, you're just decorating the walls of a house built on lies. To do shadow work means being willing to feel like a stranger to yourself for a while, because when you stop performing, you'll realize how much of your identity was shaped by fear, and that's a disorienting feeling. But it's also the beginning of real power, because now you're not just reacting, you're choosing. You're no longer running from your pain, you're learning from it. You're not avoiding your flaws, you're integrating them. You start to realize that the parts of you you've hated might actually be your greatest teachers, that your anger has something to say, that your sadness carries depth, that your fear holds a kind of sacred warning. These emotions are not enemies, they're invitations to go deeper. Jung believed that you can't become truly free until you've faced the darkest parts of yourself, and not just faced them, but accepted them. That doesn't mean you act out your impulses or justify bad behavior. It means you stop pretending you're above it all. You stop pretending that you're only light, only love, only peace. Wholeness is not purity. Wholeness is honesty. It's owning the full spectrum of who you are, the generous and the selfish, the patient and the impulsive, the brave and the terrified. When you integrate your shadow, you stop fighting yourself. And that inner alignment gives you real strength, the kind that doesn't need to impress, perform, or prove. One of the most powerful moments in your personal growth journey will be when you stop asking, "How can I be better?" and start asking, "What am I still hiding?" Because the truth is, you don't need to become someone else. You need to remember who you were before the world told you to be something you're not. Before you learned to shrink your voice, before you learned to wear a smile when you were dying inside, before you learned to measure your worth by productivity, beauty, or status. The real you is still there, under all the masks, and it's not weak, it's not broken, it's just buried. But the ego will fight this process, because the ego's job is to protect the image, even if that image is killing you. The ego wants control, not truth. And that's why ego death feels so terrifying, because it's a kind of surrender. You're letting go of the person you've convinced yourself you are, and in that space, there's silence, uncertainty, but also potential, space for something real to grow, not something you've been taught to be, something you were always meant to become. This is the paradox of shadow work. What you avoid the most is often what will set you free. That part of you you've been ashamed of, it's the key to your confidence. That fear you've been numbing, it's pointing you to the part of your life that's out of alignment. That sadness you keep burying, it's trying to tell you what matters. Integration isn't about turning darkness into light. It's about realizing that the darkness is part of the light, that there's nothing in you that's too ugly to be seen, nothing that can't be understood, healed, and welcomed. Carl Jung didn't promise that this work would be easy. He knew that facing your shadow can feel like descending into madness. But what he also knew, and what most people only discover later in life, is that the person you meet on the other side of that descent is real. Not perfect, not flawless, but rooted, grounded, alive. and that kind of aliveness, the kind that comes from living as your full self, is worth every tear, every doubt, every uncomfortable truth you had to face to get there. So if you feel like your life is off track, like you're exhausted from pretending, like no matter what you achieve it never feels like enough, stop looking outside, start looking within. The part of you you're trying to hide is the part you most need to bring into the light, because only when you own all of who you are can you live in peace. Not the peace that comes from having everything figured out, but the peace that comes from no longer running, from standing still, looking yourself in the eye and saying, I see you, I accept you, and I'm ready to become whole. Soren Kierkegaard, often called the father of existentialism, had a message that still hits like a lightning bolt today. Despair isn't a flaw, it's a signal. It's not a mental illness to be numbed, a weakness to be ashamed of, or a bad mood to push through. It's a sign you're outgrowing the life you're currently living. When Kierkegaard talks about despair, he doesn't mean something purely emotional. He means something existential. The deep inner ache that comes when your soul knows you're living a life that isn't true to who you are. You may be functioning, smiling, succeeding on the outside, but something inside you feels disconnected, like you're not really there. That's despair. It's the soul's cry for alignment, and if you ignore it, it only gets louder. Most people try to silence despair instead of listening to it. They distract themselves, they chase achievements, they keep moving, hoping if they just stay busy enough, they won't have to face that emptiness. But Kierkegaard was clear, running from despair only deepens it. You might fool your friends, your boss, your followers, but you won't fool yourself. Deep down, you know when you're avoiding your own becoming. Despair is the soul's rebellion against a life that's too small, against a self that's no longer real. It's your inner world saying, this isn't it, you were meant for more than this performance. And what's the cure for despair? Not more comfort, not more security. The cure is a leap. Kierkegaard's famous idea, the leap of faith, isn't just about religion, it's about transformation. It's about the moment when you realize that logic, plans, and guarantees can only take you so far, that the next step in your growth requires you to leap into the unknown, to let go of certainty, and to move forward with nothing but trust. The leap doesn't mean recklessness, it means courage. It means standing at the edge of your current identity, your current life, your current beliefs, and saying, even though I don't know what comes next, I'm going anyway. He wrote, to dare is to lose one's footing momentarily. To not dare is to lose oneself. This is the cost of becoming. When you leap, yes, you will feel lost, uncertain, groundless. You may lose your sense of who you are, but if you don't leap, if you cling to the familiar, the stable, the expected, then you risk something far worse. You risk never truly meeting yourself. You risk living a life that's easy to explain but hard to feel, a life that looks good on paper but feels empty inside. You risk success without fulfillment, comfort without meaning, safety without aliveness. Most people spend their lives avoiding the leap, and you can't blame them. Leaping is terrifying. It means walking away from the known. It means possibly disappointing others. It means risking failure, rejection, isolation. But Kierkegaard was adamant. If you want a life that's real, if you want to live as a soul, not just as a role, the leap isn't optional, it's required. And the longer you delay it, the deeper your despair becomes. Because the soul cannot thrive in captivity. It cannot be satisfied by half-truths and safe routines. It needs risk, it needs depth, it needs purpose, and all of that lives on the other side of the leap. What does a leap look like in real life? It's different for everyone. For some, it's quitting a job that drains your soul. For others, it's walking away from a relationship that no longer reflects who you're becoming. Sometimes it's changing your entire environment, your worldview, your habits. Sometimes it's simply choosing to feel what you've been avoiding. Grief, rage, loneliness, and letting those feelings guide you towards something more honest. The leap doesn't always look dramatic from the outside, but on the inside, it's everything. It's the shift from fear to trust, from avoidance to action, from surviving to becoming. But here's what most people don't realize. The leap is never guaranteed to work out the way you expect. That's the point. You don't leap because you know the outcome. You leap because staying where you are is no longer an option. You leap because the pain of pretending is heavier than the fear of the unknown. Kierkegaard didn't say the leap was easy. He said it was necessary. It's an act of faith, not in some abstract idea, but in yourself, in life, in the belief that even if you fall, even if everything falls apart, you will find something on the other side. A deeper self, a clearer truth, a new beginning. There's a certain kind of clarity that only comes after you've leapt. When you've left behind the old you and are suspended in mid-air. Not who you were, not yet who you're becoming. It's uncomfortable, lonely, you won't have answers. You might cry, doubt, want to run back, but something powerful happens when you stay in that uncertainty. You stop pretending, you stop performing, and little by little, you start to see what's real, what you truly care about, what you truly believe, who you truly are, and from that space, something new is born, something more honest, more resilient, more alive. The leap will always cost you something, your comfort, your certainty, your image, but it will give you something far greater, yourself. Not the version you've curated to survive, but the version that was always waiting underneath. The one who isn't afraid to speak the truth, the one who doesn't chase approval, the one who can walk through darkness without needing a flashlight, because now there's a light inside. Kierkegaard didn't offer formulas or solutions. He offered depth. He challenged people to look beneath the surface of their lives and ask the hard questions. Am I really living as myself? Or am I living to be accepted, to be safe, to be liked? And if the answer is painful, if it fills you with despair, that's not the end, that's the beginning. Because despair is not a sign that you're broken, it's a sign that you're ready to leap. And if you're standing on the edge now, trembling, uncertain, afraid, know this, that fear is sacred. It means you're close, it means you're alive, it means something real is calling you forward. Don't silence it, don't run from it, don't wait until the right moment. The right moment is a myth. The leap is never logical, it's spiritual. It's a choice you make in the dark, with no proof, no map, just the quiet knowing that you cannot stay where you are. So leap, not because you're fearless, but because you're ready. Ready to stop living as a shadow. Ready to stop shrinking to fit into places you've outgrown. Ready to stop explaining yourself to people who will never understand. Leap, and let who you really are catch up to you on the way down. Pain changes you. There's no way around that. Whether it's heartbreak, failure, betrayal, loss, or even the quiet kind of pain, the kind that builds up slowly over time, like loneliness, regret, or feeling invisible, it carves into your life like a blade. And yet, within that carving, there's an opening, an invitation. Because while pain will always hurt, it doesn't have to just break you. It can build you. Not by default, not automatically, but if you're willing to face it, sit with it, and learn from it, your pain can become the very thing that opens the door to your next evolution. Most people don't want to hear that. They want to heal fast. They want comfort, closure, something to make the pain go away. That's understandable. But growth doesn't work like that. Growth doesn't ask you to numb the pain. It asks you to go through it. It asks you to let it burn away what's false, what's weak, what's no longer true. This is why pain is so powerful, because it forces you to confront the parts of yourself you'd rather ignore, the illusions you've clung to, the masks you've worn, the stories you've told yourself to avoid discomfort. Pain has a way of cutting through all of that and leaving you with only what's real. And that's the paradox. Pain feels like punishment, but it's often preparation. It's life breaking you open so something new can grow. When your heart breaks, it teaches you how much you can care. When you fail, it shows you what matters. When you lose someone or something you love, it reminds you how fragile everything is and how urgently you need to live. These moments hurt like hell, but if you lean in instead of turning away, they can become the foundation of your transformation. They can become the fire that forges you into someone more real, more grounded, more awake. Think of it this way. Growth isn't clean. It's not a straight line. It's not always inspiring or pretty. Real growth is violent, messy, full of doubts and breakdowns, and almost always, it begins with pain. Not because pain is noble or romantic, but because it's the one thing strong enough to break your patterns. When everything is comfortable, you coast, you tolerate things, you settle. But when you're in pain, something inside you snaps. You start to ask questions you never asked before. You begin to look at yourself differently. You begin to realize you can't keep living the way you have. That's the door. That's the moment the fire starts. The people who grow the most are not the ones who avoid pain. They're the ones who learn how to work with it. They turn heartbreak into insight. They turn rejection into redirection. They turn grief into a deeper love for life. This isn't toxic positivity. This is the hard, honest truth of transformation. You will suffer, but you don't have to suffer in vain. Your pain can either be the thing that shuts you down or the thing that wakes you up. That part is up to you. And it starts with asking different questions. Not, why did this happen to me? But, what is this trying to teach me? Not, how can I get back to who I was? But, who am I meant to become now? You won't find these answers right away. Sometimes the pain is too fresh, too overwhelming. And in those moments, it's okay to just breathe, to sit with the ache, to let yourself feel without trying to fix. But over time, if you stay open, you'll begin to notice something shifting. You'll notice that the pain, while still present, is shaping you, teaching you, refining you. You'll begin to develop strength you didn't know you had, clarity you never thought possible, empathy that turns your scars into bridges. And eventually, you'll look back and realize that the pain didn't destroy you, it revealed you. This is what people mean when they say growth is death and rebirth. The death part is the pain. It's the ending of a story, a belief, a relationship, a part of yourself. And that death is real. It deserves to be honored. But the rebirth is just as real. It's quieter, slower, but it's there in the way you carry yourself, in the way you listen, in the way you show up for others, in the way you no longer tolerate the things that once drained you. Something new is living in you now, something that wouldn't be there without the pain, and maybe that's the point. Maybe the purpose of pain isn't to make you tougher, but to make you truer, to strip away the parts of you that were never fully alive and bring forward the parts that were just waiting to be born. Pain humbles you. It cracks your ego. It makes you ask, who am I without the things I clung to? And slowly, if you're willing to listen, the answer begins to emerge, not as a perfect blueprint, but as a deeper sense of being. You begin to see that you are not your wounds, but you are someone who can grow from them. This isn't about glamorizing suffering. Suffering is real, and it can break people, but it can also wake them up. And if you're in pain right now, if you feel like your life has collapsed or your heart has been ripped open, don't rush to put it back together. Let yourself be in that space. Let yourself ask what this pain is pointing you toward, because pain is a doorway, and what lies on the other side isn't comfort, it's truth. And the truth will set you free in ways comfort never could. The fire that pain brings is a test, not of your worth, but of your willingness. Will you let it consume you, or will you let it transform you? Will you use it to justify shutting down, or will you use it to break through? That choice is yours. Every painful moment offers that invitation. Every time you feel like giving up, there's a quieter voice underneath saying, "This is your moment. Don't run, don't numb, rise." There's no formula for this process, no timeline. Some people stay in the fire for years before they see the other side. Some people walk through it with tears in their eyes, shaking the whole way. That's okay. There's no right way to grow. There's only this. Let the pain open you. Let it show you what's no longer working. Let it remind you of what matters. Let it burn off the parts of you that were built to survive, so that the parts of you that were born to live can finally breathe. Because in the end, your pain is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of your becoming. Let it shape you. Let it stretch you. Let it make you someone who is more honest, more compassionate, more courageous than you've ever been. Let your pain be the door, and when you're ready, walk through it. Not because it's easy, but because everything you truly want lives on the other side. There comes a moment, sometimes slowly, sometimes all at once, when you realize that the life you're living doesn't quite fit anymore. Maybe it used to. Maybe it carried you through dark times, gave you identity, gave you structure, but now it feels tight, confining, heavy. That's not a mistake, that's not failure, that's growth. That's the quiet signal that it's time to let the old you die. Not out of self-hate, not because you were never good enough, but because you're ready to become someone else. Someone more honest, more alive, more aligned with who you are becoming rather than who you've been pretending to be. To do this, you have to begin with reflection. Not the shallow kind, the kind that scrolls through memories like a highlight reel, but the deep, uncomfortable kind, the kind that forces you to ask hard questions. Who am I when no one is watching? What do I truly want, beyond what I've been told to want? What beliefs have I inherited from family, from school, from society, that I never chose for myself? What do I continue to carry that doesn't belong to me? These questions are not small, they are dangerous in the best way possible, because they break the illusion that you are living your own life, when in fact, you may be living a script handed to you by someone else. That's what happens to most people. They grow up absorbing unspoken rules. Be polite, be productive, be agreeable, don't be too loud, don't be too emotional, don't want too much. Play it safe, get a good job, stay quiet, be what we expect you to be. These messages don't always come with bad intentions, but they can become prisons. And at some point, if you want to truly live, not just survive, you have to burn those scripts. Tear them up, set them on fire, and begin writing your own, not as a reaction, not as rebellion for rebellion's sake, but because you're finally ready to be the author of your own story. This is where detachment comes in. Letting the old you die means detaching from the identity you've built for others. It means no longer needing to be the funny one, the smart one, the strong one, the put-together one, whatever label you've clung to for safety or approval. It means realizing that you are not your roles, you are not your job title, you are not your relationship status, you are not your achievements or your failures. Those are things that have happened to you, things you've done, but they are not you. The real you lives deeper than that, and to reach that version, you have to let go of the labels that limit you. Release the pressure to always be consistent with who you used to be. People will try to hold you to your past. They'll say you've changed, and they won't always mean it as a compliment. They'll want you to stay familiar, predictable, easy to categorize, but you owe them nothing. Reinvention is not betrayal, it's survival, it's growth. The version of you that they knew was never meant to last forever. You are allowed to evolve. You are allowed to walk away from your old life, your old self, even if it makes others uncomfortable, especially if it makes others uncomfortable, because that's how you know you're doing something real. Here's the truth. You are allowed to reinvent yourself. In fact, you must. Not once, not twice, but over and over again. Every time life breaks you open, every time a part of you no longer feels true, every time you wake up and realize you've been living on autopilot. Reinvention isn't just for rock-bottom moments, it's a daily practice. A quiet decision you make to stop pretending, to stop performing, and to start becoming. No matter how far you've gone in the wrong direction, you can turn around. No matter how much time you've spent building a version of yourself that doesn't feel real anymore, you can change. Right now, you can choose again. This won't be easy. Reinvention comes with loss. You may lose friends who liked the old you better. You may lose opportunities that were tied to a version of you that no longer exists. You may even lose a sense of control. But what you gain is far greater. You gain your own voice. You gain freedom. You gain a life that actually feels like yours. Not something you inherited, not something you stumbled into, but something you built consciously from the inside out. Start simple. Start by telling the truth. First to yourself. Where are you pretending? Where are you saying yes when you mean no? Where are you dimming your light just to make others comfortable? Then, start telling the truth to the world, even in small ways, even if your voice shakes, even if it means standing alone. That's how the new you begins to emerge, one honest moment at a time. You don't need to know exactly who you're becoming. You just need to stop being who you're not. Letting the old you die doesn't mean discarding your past with bitterness. It means honoring it, thanking it, and moving on. The old you did their best. The old you got you here. But now it's time for a different path. You can love that version of yourself and still outgrow them. That's not disloyalty. That's evolution. That's what becoming truly alive looks like. So give yourself permission to begin again, to try new things, to ask better questions, to walk away from anything that no longer feels true, even if it's comfortable, even if it's all you've ever known. The path to freedom doesn't start with a plan, it starts with a decision. I am no longer willing to abandon myself just to be who others expect me to be. Letting go doesn't mean erasing everything. It means returning to your foundation, your values, your voice, your soul, and rebuilding from there. It means releasing attachment to the image and becoming devoted to the essence, because that's the only thing that lasts. The world changes, people change, seasons shift, but the truth of who you are, beyond the layers, is always waiting, waiting for you to return, waiting for you to stop playing small, waiting for you to stop asking for permission to exist. You don't owe the world consistency, you owe it authenticity. And the most authentic thing you can do, the most powerful thing you can do, is to let the old you die with grace, with love, with fire. Let that version go. Thank them for their service, and then walk forward, not because you know where you're going, but because you finally know who you are not. That's enough to begin, because you're not meant to stay the same. You're not meant to shrink to fit into the story you outgrew. You're meant to shed, to expand, to rise, again and again and again, until one day you look in the mirror and see not a mask, not a performance, not a version built for survival, but a soul fully alive, finally free. Transformation doesn't begin when you make a plan for change. It begins when you're finally willing to destroy the parts of yourself that keep you small, afraid, and dependent. Most people try to improve themselves by adding more habits, more routines, more motivation. But true growth isn't about addition, it's about subtraction. You don't become new by stacking new layers on top of who you already are. You become new by burning away everything that isn't truly you. This is what Nietzsche meant when he said, "I teach you the overman. Man is something that shall be overcome." The overman, or Übermensch, wasn't a perfect being. He was someone who had transcended the lies he told himself, the false morality that chained him, the parts of him that were borrowed from others. Nietzsche believed that before you can create something great, you must destroy everything false and weak within you. Creation follows destruction, the way spring follows winter. But destruction is painful, and that's why most people avoid it. The false self, the one built on ego and comfort, fights for survival. It whispers, "You're fine as you are, you don't need to change." It tells you that your habits aren't that bad, that your fears are justified, that your past defines you. It makes you defend your limitations as if they're your identity. And the moment you start questioning those lies, it resists. Because part of you knows that once you expose the truth, the old self won't survive it. And that's terrifying. We say we want change, but deep down we want change that doesn't cost us anything. We want rebirth without death. We want the light without the fire, but the fire is what forges you. Carl Jung understood this as the battle with the shadow. The shadow is the part of you that hides everything you don't want to admit. Your envy, your fears, your lust, your anger, your selfishness. It's the side of you that society told you to repress, that parents or teachers made you feel ashamed of. But ignoring the shadow doesn't make it disappear. It only grows in the dark. Jung wrote that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. In other words, everything you refuse to confront ends up controlling you. The temper you can't control, the jealousy that poisons your relationships, the laziness that ruins your goals. These aren't random flaws. They are your shadow in disguise acting through you because you refuse to face it directly. That's why you cannot build a new identity on denial. You can't hide your darkness and expect to be reborn into light. The repressed always returns, through failure, through addiction, through self-sabotage. It comes back every time you promise yourself, "I'll change," but never address what's underneath. Rebirth doesn't happen because you decide to change. It happens when you finally stop running from the truth, when you face yourself so honestly that it hurts. So how do you start? You begin with brutal self-examination. Sit with yourself in silence. No distractions, no excuses. Ask, what am I pretending not to see about myself? Write it down, all of it. Every addiction, every weakness, every habit that drags you back into the same version of yourself you swore you'd outgrow. Be specific. Maybe it's your need for validation, your fear of failure, your obsession with control, your tendency to blame others. Don't judge these things. Simply face them. Awareness is the beginning of transformation. When you bring darkness into light, it loses its power. This process isn't comfortable. It feels like standing naked in front of your own soul. You'll see parts of yourself you've ignored for years, the bitterness you carry, the fear that drives your ambition, the guilt you hide under productivity. You'll realize that some of the good parts of you, politeness, helpfulness, even kindness, are sometimes masks for insecurity or fear of rejection. But this realization isn't meant to shame you. It's meant to liberate you. Because only when you see your own darkness clearly can you stop being controlled by it. Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." The act of self-destruction, of breaking down illusions, is painful but necessary. The old self doesn't die peacefully. It clings to you. It will try to bargain with you. Don't change too much, just fix a few things. It will tempt you with comfort, with distraction, with nostalgia for who you were. But comfort is the enemy of transformation. The old self must burn completely for the new one to emerge. This isn't just poetic language, it's psychological truth. Every time you refuse to face the truth about yourself, you keep the old self alive. Every time you confront it honestly, you chip away at its foundation. Imagine your identity as a house that's been built over the years. Some walls are strong, others are weak. Some rooms you've never entered. The foundation is cracked because it's been built on lies. I'm not good enough. I'll never change. I'm too broken. The first step toward rebirth is demolition. You tear down what's unstable. You stop pretending the structure is fine just because you've decorated it nicely. You take the hammer to your illusions, the comforting stories you tell yourself to avoid responsibility. That's what Nietzsche meant by overcoming. Not hating yourself, but facing the truth that who you currently are is just the beginning, not the final form. There's something sacred in destruction. Fire, after all, is both a destroyer and a purifier. When forests burn, the ground becomes fertile again. When metal melts, it can be reshaped. The same applies to the soul. The pain you feel when you face your flaws isn't punishment. It's the heat that melts away what's false. That's why philosophers and mystics alike have always described transformation in the language of fire, death, and rebirth. You can't bypass the burning stage. Start small, but start real. Don't make another list of goals. Make a list of illusions. Write down every lie you tell yourself to stay comfortable. Maybe you tell yourself you're too tired, too late, too unlucky. Maybe you've built your entire identity on what you've survived, not what you can create. Question it all, because truth destroys everything that cannot stand on its own. Once you do this, once you face the truth, something begins to shift. You stop being afraid of your flaws because you've looked them in the eye. You stop needing others to validate you because you're no longer hiding behind masks. You start to feel a strange kind of peace, even in the discomfort, because you know the destruction is making space for something new. And yes, it's scary. It feels like losing yourself. But what you're losing is the false version of you, the one who kept you small, the one who made decisions from fear, the one who settled for less because it was safe. That self has to die if you want to live freely. So when you feel the pain of this process, the confusion, the uncertainty, the loneliness, remember that this is not the end. It's the fire before creation. It's the breaking before rebuilding. It's the death before rebirth. Nietzsche wasn't asking you to destroy yourself for the sake of pain. He was asking you to destroy the illusions that keep you from your potential. Jung wasn't asking you to drown in your darkness. He was asking you to integrate it, to own it, to make it serve your wholeness. You can't heal what you won't face. You can't grow into who you're meant to be while defending who you've been. Real transformation starts when you stop polishing the surface and start dismantling the foundation. The process is ugly, but it's honest. And from that honesty, a new kind of strength emerges. One that isn't built on ego or illusion, but on truth. That strength is the beginning of rebirth. So let the old self resist. Let it fight, scream, and beg for survival, and then let it burn. Because every great transformation begins not with a step forward, but with the courage to step into the fire. After destruction, there is silence. When the old self burns away, what remains is not clarity, not peace, not immediate transformation, but emptiness. And that emptiness terrifies most people. We live in a world that worships noise and motion. If something isn't constantly happening, we think something's wrong. When we stop chasing, producing, or talking, we start to feel lost, restless, and uneasy. But that discomfort is not a sign of failure. It's the doorway to rebirth. Every new beginning starts in the void. Lao Tzu said, "To be reborn, become empty. To be full, become hollow." He understood that emptiness isn't the opposite of life, it's the womb of it. Before you can fill yourself with purpose, truth, and discipline, you must first become nothing, because only nothing can receive something new. The Buddhist concept of shunyata, often translated as emptiness or voidness, captures this perfectly. It doesn't mean despair or nihilism. It means understanding that everything is temporary, that nothing has a fixed or independent identity. The cup is useful not because of the clay that forms it, but because of the empty space inside. Without emptiness, there's no room for anything to enter. That's the mistake most people make after destruction. They rush to fill the void immediately. They destroy their bad habits only to replace them with new distractions. They leave a toxic relationship only to jump into another. They quit a job that made them miserable, but instantly look for another without understanding why they were unhappy in the first place. They can't bear the silence, so they fill it with something, anything, to avoid feeling it. But if you never allow yourself to sit in the emptiness, you'll never understand what's supposed to grow there. The void is uncomfortable because it exposes how much of our life was built on noise. We realize how addicted we are to stimulation, how rarely we let ourselves be alone with our own thoughts. We scroll endlessly, binge watch, text, talk, consume, not because we're entertained, but because silence confronts us with truth. And truth is heavy. It shows us how lonely we are, how uncertain we feel, how much we've been distracting ourselves from deeper pain. But it's in that stillness that the mind begins to settle, like mud sinking in water. And when the water becomes still, it starts to reflect clearly. That's what emptiness gives you, the ability to finally see yourself. Lao Tzu wrote that the highest virtue is like water. It flows, adapts, and fills the lowest places. Water doesn't fight for control, it yields, and in yielding, it shapes the world. Emptiness teaches you that same wisdom. When you stop clinging to control, when you stop trying to force every part of your life into a fixed meaning, you begin to see the natural rhythm of things. You realize that not every void is meant to be filled. Not every silence needs to be broken. The ego hates that because the ego thrives on definition. I am this, I do that, I have these things. But emptiness strips that away until all that's left is pure awareness. No titles, no roles, no masks. And from that awareness, rebirth becomes possible. The modern world does everything it can to keep you away from that state. Look around. Every silence is interrupted by a notification, every pause filled with a podcast, every idle moment replaced with a scroll. We've lost the ability to do nothing, but the mind cannot transform in chaos. It transforms in stillness. The great thinkers, artists, and spiritual masters throughout history all understood this. Buddha reached enlightenment under a tree, alone, in silence. Musashi refined his philosophy in solitude. Even Marcus Aurelius, surrounded by war and responsibility, wrote to himself at night, a silent conversation with his own soul. Stillness is where the mind resets, where the noise of the world fades and the voice of truth begins to whisper. To be reborn, you must first sit in the void, not for an hour or a day, but as long as it takes for your mind to stop begging for distraction. At first, it will resist. You'll feel anxious, bored, maybe even lost. You'll want to check your phone, talk to someone, or find something to do. But if you sit through it, if you refuse to escape, something starts to shift. You begin to notice the patterns of your thoughts, the way your mind jumps from one craving to another. You realize how much energy you've spent running from yourself, and slowly, you begin to see that emptiness isn't an absence, it's a presence. It's the space where creation happens. Just like a blank page holds infinite potential before a word is written, the void within you holds infinite possibilities for who you could become. This is the sacred pause, the space between the destruction of the old and the creation of the new. In that space, don't rush. Don't fill it with forced positivity or instant reinvention. Let yourself decompose a little. Let go of needing to know who you are for a while. The mind, when given quiet, naturally begins to heal itself. Thoughts settle, emotions soften. The constant craving for validation begins to fade. You start to realize you're okay without constant input from the world. You begin to exist for yourself, not for an audience. That's when real selfhood begins to form. So how do you practice emptiness in a world that's allergic to it? Start by stripping away what's unnecessary. Look at your life with ruthless honesty. Your routines, your possessions, your commitments. Ask yourself, does this add depth to my life or does it just fill space? Most people carry more than they need, not just physically but mentally. They hoard old memories, stale relationships, outdated ambitions. Let them go. Create space. The mind, like a room, needs to breathe. When it's cluttered, there's no room for new ideas, no clarity for growth. Next, embrace solitude. Not the kind that feels lonely, but the kind that's deliberate. Spend time alone without reaching for your phone, without music or background noise. Sit outside, take long walks, write, think, breathe. Solitude reconnects you with yourself, with your unfiltered thoughts and emotions. It's where authenticity begins. In the quiet, you'll start to realize how much of what you've been doing was just noise, empty movement without purpose. Finally, learn to exist without constant validation. Most people can't go a day without checking if the world approves of them. Likes, messages, replies, recognition. But the need for validation is the enemy of rebirth because it ties you to the identity you're trying to escape. Every time you crave approval, you strengthen the old self. The new self doesn't need applause to exist. It's content in its own presence. The next time you achieve something, resist the urge to announce it. Let it be yours alone. That silence is powerful. It builds internal validation, the kind that can't be taken away. Understand this. Emptiness is not loss. It's not failure. It's not a void to be feared. It's creation's waiting room. Think of it as the soil lying fallow after harvest, bare, quiet, but preparing for new life. The mind needs that same rest. Every great transformation begins with nothingness. Out of that nothing, the seeds of the new self begin to grow. Lao Tzu said, "We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want." Your potential works the same way. It's the emptiness within you that gives space for your next form to take shape. So don't rush to fill your silence. Don't panic when life feels empty. Sit in it, breathe in it, because that's where the old you dissolves and the new you begins to form. Not in chaos, not in noise, but in the sacred, fertile stillness of the void. When the noise fades and you finally find yourself in that space of emptiness, a new challenge appears. What now? Emptiness is only the beginning. It's the clearing of the soil, not the planting. After you've destroyed what no longer serves you and stripped away all that's unnecessary, you face a question that echoes from deep inside. What is this all for? That question is the birth of meaning. And without meaning, no transformation can last. You can change your habits, your appearance, even your environment, but without a purpose to tie it all together, everything eventually collapses. Meaning is the skeleton of rebirth. It's what gives structure to the new self you're building. Viktor Frankl understood this better than almost anyone. He was a Jewish psychiatrist who lived through the horrors of the Nazi concentration camps. He lost everything: his family, his freedom, his home. Every day was a confrontation with death. Yet somehow he endured, not because he found comfort and not because he had control over his circumstances, but because he had a why. Frankl wrote, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." Those words weren't philosophy for him, they were survival. He realized that even in the most unbearable conditions, people could withstand immense suffering if their life had meaning. Those who gave up were often the ones who felt that their pain had no purpose. Those who held on had a reason, something beyond the immediate suffering, a person to live for, a project to finish, a belief to prove true. Meaning doesn't erase pain, but it gives pain a direction. It transforms chaos into purpose. Most people run from suffering, chasing comfort as if comfort is the same thing as happiness. But comfort doesn't fulfill the soul, it just numbs it. When you have no meaning, even an easy life feels empty. When you have meaning, even a difficult life feels full. That's the paradox Frankl revealed, the secret of the human spirit. We don't need a perfect life, we need a reason to keep going. Existentialist philosophy builds on this truth. Thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus argued that life itself doesn't hand us meaning. There's no built-in purpose, no universal reason we exist. At first, this sounds depressing, but it's actually liberating. Because if life doesn't give you meaning, that means you are free to create it. You are not a victim of fate or circumstance. You are the author of your purpose. That's what existentialists meant by freedom. You can't control everything that happens to you, but you can choose what it means. You can take the same event, loss, heartbreak, failure, and turn it into despair or growth. The event is neutral, meaning gives it shape. This is the moment when your rebirth becomes conscious. It's when you stop drifting through life waiting for someone or something to define you. Instead, you take responsibility for defining yourself. You stop asking, "What's the point?" and start saying, "I will give this a point." Meaning is not something you find in books, religions, or achievements. Those things can guide you, but they can't replace the inner decision to live for something. The process of rebirth demands that decision, because without it, you'll fall back into the same patterns of emptiness and distraction that destroyed your old self in the first place. So, how do you create meaning? You start by asking a question that most people avoid. What would make my suffering worthwhile? This isn't a pleasant question, but it's the only one that matters. Because suffering is inevitable. No matter what you do, there will be pain, loss, and struggle. The difference between a meaningful life and a meaningless one is whether that suffering serves a purpose. If you suffer for nothing, pain becomes torment. If you suffer for something greater than yourself, pain becomes sacred. That's what Frankl discovered in the camps. He couldn't choose whether to suffer, but he could choose why he suffered. Maybe for you, that why is to become the strongest version of yourself so you can lift others. Maybe it's to master a craft, raise a family, create something lasting, or understand the truth about life. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it pulls you beyond comfort. Comfort will never give you meaning. Comfort only feeds the body, purpose feeds the soul. A life built on comfort alone will always collapse under the weight of its own emptiness. Once you begin to see this, everything in your life starts to reorganize around that why. You start saying no to things that don't align with it. You stop chasing validation from people who don't share it. You wake up with a different kind of energy, not motivation, but direction. Motivation is emotional and temporary. Direction is spiritual and enduring. That's why meaning matters more than goals. Goals can fail. Purpose cannot. If your purpose is strong enough, even failure becomes part of it. This is the practical heart of this philosophy. You need to define your 2026 purpose, not a list of tasks or resolutions, but a mission statement for your existence this year. Something that answers, why am I here and what am I building? Write it down in one sentence. Keep it simple, but make it real. A vow to yourself. Something like, in 2026, I will live with courage, discipline, and depth. I will not waste my days on things that don't feed my soul. Or, this year I dedicate myself to becoming the kind of person my younger self needed. It doesn't have to sound grand or poetic, it just has to be true. That sentence becomes your compass. Every decision, every habit, every challenge, measure them against it. Once you have your mission, protect it. Life will constantly try to pull you away from it with distractions, temptations, and comfort. You'll be tested. But meaning isn't proven in moments of ease. It's proven in the moments you want to quit. The world doesn't hand you meaning. It asks you to prove that you deserve it. That's what Frankl saw in the camps. The people who survived were the ones who found meaning in spite of suffering, not after it ended. And remember this, meaning isn't always loud. It doesn't always look heroic or world-changing. Sometimes it's quiet. It's found in small acts done with intention. A father working long hours to provide for his children. A writer sitting alone, crafting words that might help one person see life differently. A person choosing kindness over bitterness, even when the world gives them every reason to harden. That's meaning too. Rebirth doesn't demand that you change the world. It demands that you change your relationship to it. When you live with meaning, everything becomes sacred. The ordinary transforms. Even your struggles take on beauty because they're part of your story. You stop feeling like a victim of life and start feeling like a participant in it. You're no longer waiting for life to make sense, you're giving it sense. That's the shift from mere survival to evolution. Without meaning, rebirth is just change. Surface level, fragile, temporary. But when your rebirth is fueled by meaning, it becomes transformation with direction. So, take the emptiness you've created and fill it wisely. Fill it not with noise or goals, but with purpose. Choose a why that's worth suffering for. Make it your anchor, because when life becomes heavy, and it will, that why will keep you standing. It will remind you that your pain is not meaningless, your struggles are not wasted, and your rebirth has a reason. Meaning doesn't erase the storms of life, but it gives you a reason to walk through them. It turns suffering into strength, emptiness into purpose, and existence into evolution. Viktor Frankl discovered that in a place where everything human was stripped away, the only freedom that remained was the freedom to choose one's attitude, to give meaning to life, no matter the conditions. That's the essence of rebirth. Not waiting for a perfect world, but finding your purpose inside an imperfect one. So as you move through this year, carry your why like a flame. Let it light your path through confusion and darkness, because as long as that flame burns, you'll never be lost. And when the old self tries to drag you back into comfort, remember this. The soul doesn't crave an easy life. It craves a meaningful one. And meaning, once chosen, becomes the foundation of everything you're meant to build. Purpose without discipline is just a wish. You can know your why, you can have the most meaningful mission in the world. But if you can't master yourself, it all collapses. The Stoics understood this thousands of years ago. They believed that freedom is not something given to you by the world. It's something you earn through self-control. You can't call yourself free if your emotions control you, if your desires dictate your actions, or if every inconvenience breaks your peace. Real freedom begins within. It begins when you stop being ruled by impulse and start ruling yourself. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, was born into slavery. He owned nothing, not even his own body. Yet even as a slave, he realized something profound. His mind was still his. The one thing no one could take from him was his ability to choose his response. He said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Think about that. A man who was legally considered property, who had no external freedom, still saw himself as free because he refused to be enslaved internally. He had no control over his circumstances, but full control over his mind. And that, the Stoics believed, is the foundation of peace, not the absence of difficulty, but the mastery of response. Marcus Aurelius, on the other hand, was the most powerful man in the world, the Emperor of Rome, and he said almost the same thing. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Imagine that contrast. One man in chains, one man on a throne, and both teaching the same truth. Freedom has nothing to do with status or comfort. It's not about wealth, success, or control over others. It's about control over yourself. Whether you're powerful or powerless, the question remains the same. Do you rule yourself, or are you ruled by your impulses? Self-mastery is the bridge between who you were and who you must become. You can destroy the old self and discover your purpose, but without discipline, the old patterns return. The mind is like a wild horse. If you don't learn to guide it, it will drag you back to where you started. And that's what happens to most people. They know what they want, but they can't stay consistent long enough to get it. They make promises, but they break them the moment life gets hard. Discipline isn't glamorous, but it's sacred. It's the daily choice to align your actions with your values, not your moods. The Stoics taught that the first step toward mastery is awareness. Awareness of what you can and cannot control. Most suffering comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. Other people, external events, outcomes. You can't control how the world behaves, but you can always control how you respond. This understanding frees you from chaos. Every time you catch yourself worrying about things outside your power, what people think, what might go wrong, what you can't fix, stop and ask, what can I control right now? Usually the answer is simple. Your attitude, your effort, your focus, your words. Everything else is noise. This is why the Stoics began each day with intention. They would remind themselves that life would test them, that people would be ungrateful, rude and selfish, that plans would fall apart, that fortune would change. But by preparing their minds in advance, they wouldn't be shocked or thrown off. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, today I will encounter people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, and unsocial. All these things happen because they are ignorant of what is good and evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and I recognize the humanity we share." In other words, expect difficulty and choose calmness anyway. That's mastery. The Stoic path to self-mastery is simple, but it's not easy. It's built on small daily choices. You begin each day with intention. What can I control today? Not what you wish you could control. Not outcomes, not people, not the future, but what's right in front of you. You end each day with reflection. What mastered me today? Was it anger, laziness, pride? Did I act according to my principles, or did I act according to impulse? This daily rhythm, intention and reflection slowly builds the habit of awareness. You begin to catch yourself before you react. You start noticing your emotional triggers and learning to pause before responding. And that pause is where freedom lives. Most people live like slaves to emotion. Anger says shout, and they shout. Desire says buy, and they buy. Fear says run, and they run. But mastery is the ability to pause and decide consciously. It's not about suppressing emotion. It's about not being owned by it. Anger, fear, pleasure, they're all natural, but they shouldn't steer your life. The Stoics saw emotions not as enemies but as signals, reminders of what we value or fear. When you learn to read those signals without being controlled by them, you gain true strength. Discipline also means controlling attention. In today's world, attention is constantly under attack by notifications, ads, entertainment, endless noise. The Stoics would see this as one of the greatest threats to mastery. You can't control your mind if you can't control your focus. Every moment spent in distraction weakens self-control. The modern version of Stoicism isn't about living like a monk. It's about reclaiming your attention from the digital chaos that wants to own it. Self-mastery begins the moment you choose where your attention goes. If you can focus fully on one thing, your breath, your work, your thoughts, even for a few minutes, you're training your mind to obey you. Stoicism also teaches us to practice restraint, not because pleasure is bad, but because dependence on it is. When you need comfort to function, you've already lost control. Seneca wrote that it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more who is poor. The Stoics practiced voluntary discomfort, sleeping on the floor, fasting, walking barefoot, not out of self-punishment, but to prove to themselves that they didn't need luxury to live well. They learned to be content with less, so they could never be enslaved by desire. You don't have to live like an ascetic, but you should regularly test yourself. Skip a comfort, delay gratification, sit with boredom. Each small act of restraint strengthens the will. Self-mastery is not about control for its own sake, it's about freedom. It's about living on your own terms. When you master yourself, no insult can shake you, no failure can destroy you, no temptation can corrupt you. You become calm in chaos, steady under pressure, unmoved by praise or blame. The world loses its power over you because your peace no longer depends on it. This is what Marcus Aurelius meant when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." But self-mastery doesn't come all at once. It's a practice, a lifelong one. Every day offers opportunities to strengthen it. When someone offends you, that's a test of patience. When you feel lazy, that's a test of commitment. When things fall apart, that's a test of resilience. The Stoics didn't wait for perfect conditions to practice virtue. Every difficulty was training. They saw obstacles not as interruptions, but as the path itself. The impediment to action advances action, wrote Marcus. What stands in the way becomes the way. Every challenge is a chance to become more disciplined, more composed, more aware. So if you want to bridge the gap between who you were and who you must become, start with yourself. Before you try to master anything, your craft, your relationships, your ambitions, master your mind. You can't lead a new life if you're still following the commands of your old habits. Master your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions. Learn to respond, not react. Choose awareness over impulse and restraint over indulgence. The new self you're building, the one designed for 2026, won't be born out of excitement or motivation. It will be born out of quiet, consistent discipline. You'll know you're evolving when you no longer need to announce your goals, when you simply live them, when you stop being driven by moods and start being guided by principles, when you no longer chase control over others, but command control over yourself. And this is the essence of Stoicism, to live in accordance with reason, to align your actions with your values, and to find peace in what you can control. The old self seeks comfort, the new self seeks mastery. One is a slave to circumstance, the other is free in any condition. Each day this year, begin with that Stoic question, what can I control today? And end with its mirror, what mastered me today? Between those two reflections lies the entire practice of self-mastery. Over time, you'll start noticing the shift. Life won't get easier, but you'll become stronger. The noise of the world will remain, but it won't pull you off balance. You'll move through chaos with calm, through temptation with focus, through hardship with dignity. That's what rebirth through Stoicism looks like. Not a life without struggle, but a life where struggle no longer rules you. People love the idea of reinvention. They imagine waking up one morning completely different, confident, disciplined, unrecognizable from who they were before. It's a beautiful fantasy, but that's all it is. The truth is, no one changes overnight. Real transformation is not dramatic or cinematic. It's quiet, subtle, and often invisible while it's happening. The people who truly reinvent themselves don't do it through sudden bursts of motivation or grand decisions. They do it through small, consistent changes repeated every single day. The world only notices the final result, the success, the composure, the strength. But what creates that transformation is often boring. Small habits, small choices, small victories that add up over time. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act but a habit. In other words, you don't become great by doing something once. You become great by doing it so often that it becomes who you are. The same principle applies to rebirth. You can't become a new person through a single decision. You must live the habits of that new person every day until they replace the old ones. People fail because they treat self-improvement like an event instead of a process. They expect the change to happen fast, and when it doesn't, they give up. But slow change isn't failure, it's nature. Everything real in life grows gradually. Muscles strengthen through repetition, not one workout. Wisdom grows through experience, not one realization. Identity shifts through consistency, not emotion. The Japanese philosophy of Kaizen captures this perfectly. The word itself means change for the better, but it carries a deeper meaning. The idea of continuous, incremental improvement. Kaizen teaches that massive progress is the result of small, steady refinements made over time. It was a philosophy that helped rebuild Japan's entire economy after World War II, not through sudden revolutions, but through small daily improvements in efficiency, quality, and discipline. The same principle applies to individuals. You don't need to change everything at once, you just need to improve one thing, one small thing, consistently. That's the power of Kaizen. It replaces the pressure of perfection with the simplicity of progress. This is where most people fail, not because they lack potential, but because they underestimate small steps. We live in a culture addicted to extremes. People want 90-day transformations, 10x routines, or instant success. But radical change rarely lasts. It burns bright and then fades because it's not built on stable habits. The old self doesn't die through dramatic effort, it dies through quiet repetition. If you get 1% better each day, that may not sound like much, but over the course of a year, that compounds into massive change. 1% seems invisible at first, like a drop of water on stone, but over time, even drops can carve through rock. The philosophy of small change is also deeply humbling. It teaches patience, a rare virtue in the modern world. You have to learn to appreciate progress even when you can't see it. You might meditate for a week and feel no difference, write for a month and still hate every paragraph, or exercise for months before noticing any visible change. But transformation is happening beneath the surface. It's rewiring your mind, building momentum, reshaping your identity. Every small act of discipline reinforces the belief that you are capable of consistency, and that belief is what transforms you. Aristotle's insight into habit goes even deeper than people realize. He believed that moral excellence, virtue, isn't something you're born with. It's something you cultivate through practice. You become courageous by practicing courage. You become disciplined by practicing discipline. You become kind by practicing kindness. It's not about perfection. It's about repetition. If you want to be patient, you must act patiently even when you don't feel like it. If you want to be focused, you must practice focus even when your mind wanders. Change starts with action, not emotion. You don't wait to feel motivated, you act, and motivation follows. The practical path is simple but powerful. Adopt the 1% rule. Each day, improve one small aspect of your life. It could be something physical, doing one more push-up, eating one better meal, sleeping 15 minutes earlier. It could be mental, reading 2 pages, writing a few lines, thinking one better thought. It could be emotional, pausing before reacting, expressing gratitude, forgiving someone. The change doesn't have to be big, it just has to be consistent. Small wins create momentum. Momentum builds belief. Belief fuels identity. And once your identity shifts, effort becomes automatic. To make Kaizen real, track your habits. Write them down. There's power in seeing progress on paper. It turns something abstract into something measurable. Don't track results, track actions. Results fluctuate, but actions compound. You don't control whether you lose weight this week or gain followers this month, but you do control whether you exercise, create, or learn today. The Stoics would call this focusing on what's in your control, and Kaizen turns that principle into practice. Each tick on your list is proof that you're becoming someone new. The next step is to celebrate progress, not perfection. This might sound cliché, but it's vital. Most people destroy their own progress by being too hard on themselves. They expect flawless discipline, and the moment they slip, they give up entirely. But mastery isn't a straight line. It's a rhythm of progress and failure, forward steps and stumbles. What matters is that you keep returning to the path. The new self isn't built in a day. It's built in moments of recommitment. If you missed a day, start again the next. The only failure is quitting. Every other mistake is feedback. Kaizen also teaches that small change extends beyond habits. It transforms how you think. When you embrace small progress, you stop living in extremes. You stop saying things like, "I'll start tomorrow," or "I already failed, so what's the point?" Instead, you realize that every moment is a chance to improve, no matter how small. One deep breath can change your mood. 1 minute of focus can reset your mind. One act of kindness can shift your entire day. Small doesn't mean insignificant, it means sustainable. Big goals may inspire you, but small actions build you. There's also something spiritual about the philosophy of small change. It forces you to confront your ego. The ego wants recognition, applause, instant results. But Kaizen humbles the ego by teaching you to fall in love with process instead of outcome. You start to enjoy the simple act of improvement. Reading not to impress but to learn. Exercising not to look good but to feel alive. Working not for praise but for progress. When you focus on the process, you enter a state of flow. The journey becomes fulfilling on its own. That's when transformation becomes inevitable. When improvement stops being something you try to do and starts being something you are. Another aspect of small change that people overlook is identity. Your habits don't just reflect who you are, they create who you are. Every small action is a vote for the kind of person you're becoming. When you write even one sentence, you're voting for, "I am a writer." When you meditate for 5 minutes, you're voting for, "I am mindful." When you keep a promise to yourself, you're voting for, "I am disciplined." These votes accumulate. Over time, your identity shifts, not because of one grand act of willpower, but because of the hundreds of tiny moments where you chose growth over comfort. This is why rebirth can't be rushed. You can destroy the old self in a moment of realization, but building the new one takes time. Every habit you form, every small act of discipline, every decision to do the right thing when no one is watching, that's rebirth in motion. It's invisible, yes, but it's real. The world might not see it yet, but one day it will. The person you're becoming will quietly outgrow the person you were, and you'll look back realizing that the gap between them was built out of 1,000 small choices. So forget the idea of massive change. Forget the fantasy of waking up transformed. Focus instead on what you can do today, this hour, this moment. Improve by 1%. Take one step forward. Be slightly better than you were yesterday. It may not seem like much, but it's everything. Because if you keep doing that, the day will come when you'll look in the mirror and barely recognize who you've become. Not because of one big leap, but because of countless small ones. The philosophy of small change is the antidote to impatience. It's the path of quiet power, the path that turns intention into identity. Remember, rebirth is not a single act of transformation, it's 1,000 tiny acts of discipline. Each small choice matters. Each small moment counts. One day you'll realize that the small steps were never small at all. They were the entire journey. Every stage of transformation has its own landscape. Destruction is fire. Emptiness is the quiet aftermath. Discipline is the forge. Small change is the shaping of new form. But rebirth, true, deep rebirth, requires something most people run from: solitude. Every transformation needs a cocoon, a space of withdrawal where the noise of the world can no longer reach you, where your old identity loosens its grip, and where something new begins to take shape. It's not glamorous, it's not comfortable, but it's necessary. Without solitude, you remain an echo of others, reacting, conforming, and performing for a crowd that never really sees you. The cocoon is the space where you stop performing and start becoming. The Japanese swordsman Miyamoto Musashi understood this. After a lifetime of victory, more than 60 undefeated duels, he withdrew from society and lived alone in a cave. He called it Regando, the cave of spiritual awakening. There, he spent his final years meditating, reflecting, and writing the Book of Five Rings, one of the most profound works on mastery ever written. For Musashi, solitude was not loneliness, it was refinement. In the silence of isolation, he studied not just the sword, but himself. He realized that to conquer the world, he first had to conquer his own mind. That's why he wrote, "Fixation is the way to death, fluidity is the way to life." Solitude gave him that fluidity, the ability to detach from ego, to see life clearly, and to live deliberately. The Stoics shared the same understanding. Even in the heart of ancient Rome, surrounded by chaos and politics, Seneca wrote that solitude is not an escape from the world, but a way to understand it more deeply. He didn't mean running away from responsibility or hiding from people. He meant creating inner distance, the ability to be alone within yourself, even while living among others. True happiness, Seneca wrote, is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. That kind of presence only arises in solitude, when the mind is no longer pulled by noise. It's where you stop reacting and start observing your thoughts, your desires, your emotions, and you begin to see what truly drives you. We live in an age where solitude has become a rebellion. Silence feels unnatural now. People can't even stand in line without reaching for their phones. Every empty moment has to be filled with scrolling music, notifications, conversations. The modern mind is addicted to noise because noise keeps it from seeing itself. It's easier to stay distracted than to face what's inside. But the old self, the one you're trying to outgrow, thrives on distraction. It feeds on it. Every scroll, every meaningless conversation, every moment of passive consumption reinforces that old identity. It keeps you numb, predictable, dependent. The new self cannot be born in that noise. It needs silence. Silence is not just the absence of sound, it's the presence of awareness. It's the space where truth begins to surface. When you sit in solitude long enough, without distraction, your thoughts start to settle like dust. At first, you'll feel restless. You'll think of everything you should be doing. Your brain will try to escape, anything to avoid facing yourself. But if you sit through that discomfort, something remarkable happens. Beneath all the noise, you'll start to hear a quieter voice, the one that belongs to you. The voice that's been drowned out by everyone else's opinions, expectations, and judgments. That voice is the compass of your rebirth. Musashi used solitude to sharpen his awareness until his mind became as precise as his sword. The Stoics used solitude to reflect and prepare for the world, not to escape it. Marcus Aurelius, even as emperor, wrote nightly meditations to himself, letters from his higher mind to his lower one. Those writings weren't meant for an audience. They were conversations between Marcus and his soul. That's what solitude is at its core, a conversation with your soul. And in that conversation, you begin to see what truly matters. You realize how little of what you chase is actually necessary. You start to separate what is essential from what is noise. To practice solitude in the modern world is to take your power back. It means no longer needing validation to exist. It means not measuring your worth by likes, messages, or the opinions of others. When you're alone, no one is there to clap for you, and that's the test. Can you still do what's right when no one's watching? Can you still stay disciplined, calm, and true without anyone's approval? That's where integrity is forged. Solitude is the training ground of integrity. It's easy to act virtuous in public. It's difficult to stay aligned in private. But your private life, the choices you make when the world isn't looking, shapes who you really are. So how do you reclaim solitude in a world that constantly pulls you away from it? You start by setting aside time each week to be fully alone. No distractions, no noise, no screen glowing in your hand, just you. Walk without headphones, sit in a quiet room, write, think, reflect. The goal isn't to do something, it's to be. The first few minutes might feel unbearable, like withdrawal, but over time that silence becomes your refuge. It becomes a mirror that shows you what needs to change, and a compass that shows you where to go. In those moments, ask yourself the most honest question you can. Who am I when no one's watching? Not the person you perform as, not the identity you've built for approval, but the person beneath all that. How do you behave when there's no audience? What do you do when no one will ever find out? That's your real self. And if that version of you doesn't match the one you want to become, solitude gives you the space to reconcile them, to align your inner life with your outer one. The truth is, solitude reveals everything. It shows you your inner poverty and your inner strength. It exposes the emptiness of superficial goals and the richness of authentic ones. In solitude, you begin to see how much of your life has been shaped by fear. Fear of being misunderstood, of being alone, of being forgotten. But once you learn to sit in your own company and feel at peace, fear begins to dissolve. You no longer need to chase constant affirmation. You become grounded in yourself, and that grounding makes you unshakable. Seneca warned that people who can't bear to be alone are never truly free. If you can't stand your own company, it means you're not at peace with your own mind. Solitude isn't loneliness, it's self-friendship. Loneliness is when you feel empty in the absence of others. Solitude is when you feel whole in your own presence. They are opposites. And to walk the path of transformation, you must learn to turn loneliness into solitude, to transform the absence of others into the presence of yourself. Musashi once said, "It may seem difficult at first, but everything is difficult at first." Solitude feels difficult at first because it exposes everything we've been avoiding. But once you pass through that discomfort, it becomes your strength. It gives you independence of thought, clarity of mind, and emotional resilience. You stop being influenced by every passing trend or opinion. You stop needing constant noise to feel alive. Instead, you start to hear your own rhythm, your own pace, your own calling. That's when you truly begin to live by your own code. The old self fears solitude because it can't survive without distraction. It needs noise to stay alive. But the new self is born in silence. In that silence, you stop pretending. You stop running. You face yourself, your truth, your flaws, your beauty. You meet the person who's been waiting underneath all the noise, the real you. So give yourself that gift. Make solitude a ritual, not a punishment. Read, write, or think, but don't consume. Don't rush to fill the space. Let silence do its work. Let your thoughts rise and fall. Let emotions come and go without judgment. This is where confusion turns into clarity. The mind becomes still enough for wisdom to surface. You start seeing your problems for what they are, not as walls, but as lessons. You stop reacting and start understanding. Solitude isn't about leaving the world forever. It's about returning to it renewed. When you emerge from the cocoon, you're not detached. You're more present, more aware, more deliberate. You don't speak just to fill silence. You speak with purpose. You don't act just to move. You act with direction. You don't need validation anymore because you've found something stronger, self-respect. Every rebirth demands withdrawal. Every metamorphosis requires a cocoon. Musashi withdrew to master himself. The Stoics withdrew to master their minds. You must do the same, not to escape the world, but to see it more clearly. Solitude is the sacred ground of transformation. It's where the noise ends and truth begins. It's where the old self dissolves and the new one quietly, powerfully takes its place. Rebirth is not a finish line you cross and celebrate. It's not the grand moment where everything finally falls into place and you declare yourself transformed. Rebirth is a cycle, a rhythm that continues for as long as you live. You don't become someone new once, you are always becoming. The self isn't something fixed or permanent, it's fluid, shifting, and alive. You are constantly shedding old versions of yourself and growing into new ones, whether you realize it or not. The danger is when you forget this truth, when you think you've arrived, that you're done changing, that who you are now is who you'll always be. That's when growth dies, and with it, your potential. Nietzsche urged, "Become who you are." It's one of the most misunderstood lines in philosophy because at first it sounds like a contradiction. How can you become what you already are? But Nietzsche's point was that your truest self isn't something you're born as. It's something you create. It's not a state to discover, but a process to embody. You don't find yourself like a lost object. You forge yourself through choice, struggle, and experience. Life is a continual process of refinement. The fire, the forge, and the hammer all shaping you at once. And the moment you think you've finished becoming, you've already started decaying. Heraclitus, centuries before Nietzsche, captured this same truth in his famous line, "No man ever steps in the same river twice." Because the river is always flowing, and the man is always changing. Everything in life is in motion, nothing stays still. The cells in your body, the thoughts in your mind, the circumstances of your life, all of them are shifting from moment to moment, yet we cling to permanence. We want things to stay the same because change feels uncertain, but that's the illusion that causes suffering. The belief that stability is natural when in reality change is the only constant. When you resist change, you suffer. When you embrace it, you evolve. The Stoics saw this clearly. To them, life was a dance with impermanence. They didn't fight against change, they moved with it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to the thought that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change the things that are." In other words, life itself is built on transformation. The seasons turn, the body ages, the world shifts. The Stoic goal wasn't to control these changes, but to adapt gracefully to them. Wisdom, for them, wasn't the power to make life obey you. It was the strength to stay balanced while everything moved around you. Rebirth, then, is not perfection, it's progress. The goal isn't to become flawless, it's to remain in motion, to keep moving toward better, deeper, truer versions of yourself. Perfection is a trap because it freezes you. The moment you chase the illusion of perfect, you become static. You start fearing mistakes, avoiding risks, and resisting growth. But life is motion, and progress is messy. Becoming means failing, learning, adjusting, and continuing anyway. The Japanese concept of wabi-sabi, the beauty of imperfection, fits perfectly here. The cracks and flaws in your journey don't ruin it, they prove that you're alive and evolving. Think about it this way. Everything alive is in motion. Rivers flow, winds shift, trees grow and shed leaves. The moment something stops changing, it dies. You're no different. You'll go through cycles of rising and falling, clarity and confusion, strength and weakness, but each phase serves a purpose. The destruction you went through earlier wasn't the end, it was preparation. The emptiness you felt afterward wasn't punishment, it was space being made for growth. The discipline and small steps you took built momentum. The solitude gave you clarity. Now this final stage, becoming, is about learning to stay in that flow without clinging to any one version of yourself. The practical path begins with awareness. You have to accept that you are never a finished product. View life as an ongoing act of creation, like a sculptor who never stops chiseling, not because the statue is broken, but because it's alive. This means regularly reviewing and refining your goals and values. The things that mattered to you last year may not matter now. The person you wanted to be at 25 may not fit who you are at 30. People cling to outdated goals out of pride. They confuse consistency with authenticity. But true authenticity means allowing yourself to evolve. Growth requires the courage to change your direction when your soul demands it. Every few months, stop and ask yourself, what am I becoming right now? Not what am I doing or achieving, but becoming. Are your actions shaping you into someone you respect, or are they turning you into a stranger to yourself? This question keeps you awake, because it's easy to drift through life following routines without noticing how they're shaping you. Every choice you make is sculpting your character. The people you talk to, the content you consume, the habits you practice. Becoming isn't abstract, it's built moment by moment. The life you live today is the soil from which your future self grows. Another truth about becoming is that it's not linear. You'll have seasons of progress and seasons of stillness. There will be times when you feel unstoppable and times when you feel lost. Both are necessary. The Stoics would remind you that no phase is permanent. When you're struggling, don't despair. This too is part of the cycle. When you're thriving, don't grow complacent. This too will change. The key is to remain steady through the waves, to keep your internal compass aligned even when external winds shift. Nietzsche's idea of becoming also carries a deeper, almost spiritual challenge. He believed that life's purpose is to continuously surpass yourself, to keep breaking your limits, not for fame or success, but because the act of overcoming gives life meaning. Every time you face discomfort, every time you outgrow a fear or weakness, you fulfill that calling. The goal is not to become the best version of yourself, it's to never stop becoming better. The process is the point, the journey is the destination. Heraclitus would say that resisting change is like trying to dam a river with your hands. You might hold it for a moment, but eventually the current will break through. It's better to learn how to move with the current, to flow with life instead of against it. This doesn't mean passivity, it means adaptability. When circumstances shift, adapt. When opportunities arise, evolve. When setbacks hit, adjust your sails. This mindset turns chaos into possibility. You stop fearing change and start using it as a tool for growth. The Stoics would call this amor fati, the love of fate. It means not just accepting change, but embracing it as necessary and good. To love your fate is to trust that everything, even hardship, contributes to your becoming. Every challenge, every heartbreak, every failure refines you. The Stoics didn't see misfortune as punishment, they saw it as training. Life, in their eyes, was a school for the soul, and as long as you keep learning, you keep becoming. So, how do you live this way? Start by abandoning the illusion of arrival. Stop waiting for a point in the future when everything will finally make sense. Life doesn't suddenly become clear one day. Clarity grows slowly through reflection and action. Instead of asking, when will I get there? Ask, how can I move forward today? That shift in focus changes everything. It keeps you humble, patient, and alive to the present moment. Another practice is to view each day as a small cycle within the greater cycle of life. Each morning is a birth. Each night is a death. You wake, you act, you reflect, and you begin again. If you treat each day as its own rebirth, you'll never drift too far from the path. The Stoics practiced this through daily journaling, reflecting on the day's choices, learning from mistakes, and preparing for the next sunrise. This constant review keeps the process of becoming conscious. It reminds you that transformation isn't something that happens in grand gestures, but in the ordinary rhythm of living deliberately. Ultimately, becoming means learning to live lightly, not clinging to any identity so tightly that it suffocates you. You are not a fixed story. You are a draft that's constantly being rewritten. That's not something to fear, it's something to celebrate. Because as long as you're still becoming, you're still alive, still growing, still capable of wonder. So remember, rebirth is not a single moment. It's an ongoing act. You're not meant to reach some perfect version of yourself and stop there. You're meant to evolve endlessly, to keep learning, unlearning, and recreating who you are. The new you isn't an arrival, it's a direction, a path you walk for the rest of your life. And as you walk it, you'll realize something beautiful. There's no final version of you, because you were never meant to end. You were meant to become